lucky too. Demons bargain. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then looked at Kai and said with determination, "Let's go." Kai nodded and followed the four-armed demon, pushing forward his bandaged body with visible effort. Seeing his friend suffering, Sunny gritted his teeth. The archer, meanwhile, glanced at him with a grim expression and then said in his new, unfamiliar and ugly voice, "Sunny, I have one question. Can you answer it?" Sunny slowed down and turned to him, a deep scowl contorting the bestial lines of his face. "Of course. What is it?" Kai remained silent for a bit, then asked cautiously, "Where exactly are we going?" Sunny blinked a couple of times, then tilted his head a little. "Oh right, where else? We are going to talk to Noctis." With that he turned around and continued walking toward the immortal sorcerer's residence. The archer hurried to catch up, then said in a stifled tone, "Ah, that Noctis, the immortal transcendent, blessed of the moon, crimson beast of twilight, chain lord of the kingdom of hope and all that." Sunny glanced at him, then shrugged. "Yes, that Noctis. Don't worry, though, he is indeed terrifying but not unreasonable." Together, they crossed the garden of the sanctuary and approached the beautifully engraved wooden door. A pair of sailor dolls were standing guard outside, their indifferent faces staring at them with hollow stillness. Noticing Sunny, one of them moved aside and knocked on the door, which then opened all by itself. The two of them entered and froze, unsure how to react. What the hell? Noctis was levitating above the floor, his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He might have seemed like a wise sage in the middle of a deep meditation, if not for dozens of empty amphoras of wine that floated all around him. The terrifying chain lord, blessed of the moon, the crimson beast of twilight, was dead drunk. Hearing someone enter, Noctis lazily opened one eye and stared at Sunny, then at Kai. Finally he landed on the floor and yawned, causing all the amphoras to fall down and shatter, sending drops of wine flying everywhere and staining the luscious carpets. "Ah, Sunless, what a nice surprise to see you so soon. And you brought someone with you. What a hideous creature. Wait, did I say that out loud? No, surely not. I am too wise and courteous to make a rude remark like that, of course. Nice to meet you, whoever you are. Welcome, to my quarters." He gave them a radiant smile, then waved a hand, causing the whole residence to shudder and the shards of the amphoras to disappear without a trace. Then Noctis walked over to a small table, picked up a fresh apple and glanced at his guests with a curious expression. "To what do you owe the honor? To what do we owe? Wait, wasn't it supposed to be the other way around?" Sunny frowned, then glanced at Kai, who was staring at the immortal sorcerer with an inexorable expression on his burned, disfigured face. Finally he cleared his throat and turned to Noctis. "Actually, I am here to deliver some good news. Do you remember the friends I told you about? Well, this is one of them. And yes, you did say it out loud." The sorcerer stared at Kai, blinked a couple of times, then took a bite out of the apple. "Oh, so this is one of the friends that you were supposed to find after visiting an island that doesn't exist, despite not knowing how they look, where they are, and what they are called. He just happened to be here in my sanctuary. How fortunate," Sunny smiled. "Indeed, this is Nightingale, my dear friend, a man with a voice of an angel and a face to go along with it." Kai spared him a sidelong glance, then bowed slightly and forced out a grating, creaky greeting. "It is nice to meet you, Lord Noctis." The sorcerer shuddered and looked right and left, then shook his head. "Gods, Sunless, do not ever mention those creatures again, even in jest. Angels are not something to be called upon, whether by name or in passing." Then he briefly touched the symbol of the moon on his forehead and sighed. "Anyway, I am glad that you have found one of your friends. Have the two of you discussed my proposal?" Sunny hesitated for a bit, then answered somberly, "No, we have not. We still need to find two more friends for that. However," he sighed, knowing that the luxury of having a choice was looking more and more distant by the day. But he needed the sorcerer's help and his knowledge to find and retrieve Effie from the mysterious temple of the Chalice. In that particular matter, he was willing to compromise. Even if he gave up the secret of the glass knife, he would still be in possession of the obsidian one. Sunny crossed two of his forearms and said, "I am willing to share the location of the Shadow Lord's knife with you in exchange for some assistance." Noctis stared at him for some time, then suddenly grinned. "Really? What assistance do you require? I am the most helpful person in the Kingdom of Hope, you know." Sunny raised two fingers. "First, you will help treat my friend's wounds. Second, you will help us rescue another of our other friends from the place she is being held in." He thought for a bit and then raised a third finger. "Oh, and also coins. You will give me lots of Noctis coins." The sorcerer ate his apple in silence for a bit, then laughed. "Well, I think I can do 2 out of those 3 things at least. No problem, so tell me, where is your other friend being held?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, still hesitant to make the bargain. Finally he sighed and said, "Temple of the Chalice." Noctis suddenly choked on the apple, coughed violently a few times, then grabbed a glass of wine and nervously emptied it. Then with a flushed face he glanced at Sunny and forced out a strange smile. "1. I think I can do 1 out of those 3 things at least." Chapter 663. Heralds of War. Sunny scowled, surprised by that reaction. He glanced at Kai, then motioned for him to sit down. From the looks of it, this conversation was going to be a long one. The archer cautiously lowered himself onto a nearby chair and let out a quiet groan of pain, then looked around, a hint of curiosity appearing in his cloudy eyes. His gaze lingered on various pieces of furniture and exquisite decorations, then finally settled on the flustered sorcerer. Noctis seemed to have regained his composure somewhat. He stared at his half-eaten apple with a somber expression, then threw it away and sat down himself. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. "The 3 things you asked for are not that easy to accomplish." The immortal glanced at Kai, then raised one elegant finger. "I can help your friend Nightingale recover from his wounds." "Somewhat. Those burns were not delivered by mundane flames, and so even I would not be able to restore that which was destroyed completely. With my help, he will be able to regain most of his strength and vitality. I can also repair the damage done to his soul, but the flames, their mark will remain. Unless you want me to build him a completely new vessel, of course." Noctis smiled, and then glanced at one of the wooden mannequins, which was in the process of disposing of the carelessly discarded apple. "Something like that, but much better," Kai shivered. "Will I be able to draw a bow and control soul essence after you treat my body?" The sorcerer nodded. "Of course. You might even grow stronger than you were before, but your face, I am sorry to say this, Nightingale, but it will remain as hideous as it is now. The pain that consumes you will subside but never go away completely. If you agree to transfer your soul into a doll, on the other hand, your strength will diminish slightly. But you won't have to endure that suffering anymore. I can also promise to make a truly beautiful vessel for you, one worthy of carrying even the most radiant of souls." The archer remained silent for a while, then smiled. "No need, this face suits me fine. As long as I can draw a bow and help my friends, I will be content." Noctis looked at him silently, an expression of confusion written clearly on his face. "But don't you want to become beautiful?" Kai chuckled, his voice hoarse and grating. Then he shook his head and said simply, "I already am." Both Noctis and Sunny stared at the archer with dubious expressions, thinking that he had lost his mind. Well, more than anyone else in the Kingdom of Hope had already lost theirs. His disfigured face was ugly, grotesque, and unsightly. What was he even trying to say? However, it did not seem that Kai felt compelled to expand on that strange statement. He just remained silent, calmly looking at the sorcerer. After a few moments, Noctis turned away and shrugged. "Well, as you wish. The treatment will be long and painful, but it can be done." Then he raised a second finger and glanced at Sunny. "The other thing you asked for, lots of my coins, was it? To be honest, how do I say this? No?" Sunny blinked, surprised. "What? Why? The sorcerer yawned, then made a helpless gesture with his hands. What can I say? Making those coins takes time. Do you know how long it took me to create a few thousand before? Each coin contains a piece of a corrupted soul, after all. That is the reason why they are so valuable, precious, and coveted by everyone in the Kingdom of Hope. He thought for a few moments and added absent-mindedly, "Oh, now that you reminded me, only most of the souls were corrupted. I think there were a few humans I fed to the mimic as well." Regardless, all those coins were consumed when that poor fool claimed the obsidian knife from the altar. So, if you really want me to make new ones, I guess I can quickly kill everyone here in the sanctuary and cook up 100 or two. Sunny shivered, then hurriedly raised his hands. No need. Let's not kill anyone yet, Noctis smiled. Are you sure? Well, all right. So then, he raised the third finger. Lastly, the Temple of the Chalice. I am sorry to say this, but there is absolutely no chance of me ever going anywhere near that place again. Not that I could, even if I wanted to, and I don't, ever. Sunny stared at the sorcerer with a deep scowl, then gritted his teeth. Why, what is so terrible about that place? Noctis shivered, then sighed and nervously sipped his wine. Oh, it's not that it's terrible. It's just that men aren't allowed to enter the temple unless they are serving a woman. They put that rule in place. After the last time I visited, Sunny really tried to not let his face change and simply glared at Noctis, his eye twitching. Uncomfortable under that murderous gaze, the sorcerer shrunk and looked away. A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth. Who cares? You are one of the chain lords. What can they do if you decide to break that rule? Noctis chuckled nervously. You don't get it, chain lord or not. You see, Sunless, as I said, my lands became somewhat of a refuge for those who seek it. And one of the groups of refugees I sheltered was the remains of an ancient and rather terrifying sect. This sect takes in orphaned girls, especially those born with red hair, and trains them to become perfect vessels of war. His deadly tools, priestesses, and heralds, the war maidens are not someone to be trifled with. He grew silent for a moment, and then added, in fact, they only needed my protection because there was a schism within the sect, and one of their disciples left to create her own cult. However, since no one can really leave that sect alive, her departure was not amicable. Those who survived it came here to build the Temple of the Chalice and remained there since. Oh, and that runaway disciple of theirs, I think you have already met her. Sunny grew cold and leaned back, feeling both of his hearts skip a couple of beats. Then he closed his eyes for a few moments and finally said in a hoarse voice, Do you mean to tell me that the sect that dwells in the Temple of the Chalice is where solving comes from? Noctis nodded and gave him a ghostly smile. Exactly. That is where that fiend was raised. And there is a bunch of little monsters just like her being trained there as we speak. I mean, no one can really compare to Solvin, but they are not too far off. So you can understand why I am reluctant to break my word and make enemies of the war maidens, right? Sunny remained silent for a while, and then sighed heavily. Holding the emerald amulet in one of his calloused hands, he thought, well, tough luck, because that is exactly where the glass knife is. Despite his grim mood, Sunny felt a bit of vindictive satisfaction when he saw the sorcerer's handsome face pale, and the glass of wine slip from his hand. Chapter 664. Basic logic. A tense silence settled in the opulent residence of the mad sorcerer, who meanwhile was staring at Sunny with an indescribable expression on his pale, beautiful face. Noctis didn't seem happy at all despite finally learning the secret that he had been searching for all this time. In that silence, Kai's hoarse voice suddenly resounded, full of polite curiosity. I am very sorry, but that glass knife you are talking about, why exactly do we need it? Both Sunny and Noctis turned to him. After an awkward pause, the immortal scratched the back of his head and answered, that thing, you see, is the only thing that can kill Sevras, the Blessed of the Sun, and I really want to kill him. Noticing a slight confusion on the archer's face, he thought for a moment and then added, "Right, these days people call him Severax, the Ivory Lord. You have heard of him, yes?" Kai lingered for a bit, then looked down at his bandaged hands and said evenly, "Yes, you might say that I have." He closed his eyes for a moment and then smiled. "In that case we must retrieve the glass knife, and our friend, Lord Noctis, surely there is something that we can do. You know a lot about that sect of theirs. Is there a way for you to enter the temple of the Chalice, find both the knife and our friend, and bring them back to the sanctuary?" Noctis stared at him for a while, then shook his head. "No, there is no way for me to invade the temple. At least not without destroying it completely, which would doom that friend of yours along with the rest of the sect. Sadly, that is also one of the places I can't infiltrate in disguise." Infiltrated again, I mean." Sunny and Kai glanced at each other, and then the archer cautiously asked, "If that is the case, what if we infiltrated instead?" The sorcerer stared at them with surprise and then laughed. "Sunless and Nightingale, what a strange pair you are. Do you not know fear? I have just told you how frightening the war maidens are." Sunny smiled, showing his sharp fangs, and then shrugged. Kai shook his head and answered for both of them, saving him from having to do so. "Oh, on the contrary, both of us are actually very cowardly. But Lord Noctis, you might not know this, but Sunless and we can be a bit frightening ourselves." The immortal transcendent gave them a dubious look and then shook his head. "Somehow, I believe it. But no, it doesn't matter. Even if you are willing, you can't get into the Temple of the Chalice. Only women are allowed inside, and not any women at that. They will only give passage to female warriors of utmost skill, those who are veiled in dread and the smell of numerous bloody battlefields, maybe with a couple of lowly servants at best. You are both men, so it is useless to even try." Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed deeply and said, "Actually, that won't be a problem." Noctis blinked a couple of times and looked at him with confused amusement. How so?" "Sunless." The sorcerer gave him a strange look and then asked with a mischievous smile, "Is there something I don't know about you?" Sunny glanced at him darkly, scowled, and answered in a sharp tone, "There's plenty, but that was not what I meant. I just have a female warrior of dreadful skill at hand." With that, he summoned Saint. 2 ruby flames ignited in the depths of his shadow, and then the taciturn demon stepped out of it, wreathed in darkness. Her graceful figure appeared in the middle of the sorcerer's residence, and then the shadow turned her head slightly, staring at the master of the place with cold indifference. Noctis looked back at her, his eyes widening, his lips trembled. That, the sorcerer leaned forward, his expression frozen, and then suddenly clenched his fists with excitement. "That armor, the design, the fit, oh gods, who forged that masterpiece? Sunless, please tell me." Saint tilted her head a little while Sunny and Kai stared at the immortal transcendent with inexorable expressions. After a few moments of dead silence, Sunny cleared his throat. Actually, I am not sure. Prince of the Underworld, I think. Wait, haven't you seen me wearing a similar armor?" Noctis glanced at him with confusion, then waved a hand dismissively. If I did, you must have not done it justice." This beauty, however, so it was Hope's little brother, who knew he had such impeccable taste. Finally, the sorcerer became aware of his surroundings and moved his gaze up, staring right into Saint's ruby eyes. His smile widened but then grew rather strange. He glanced at Sunny with confusion. "Sunless, this is one of your shadows, yes. How come she is more powerful than you? Oh, did you inherit this sublime creature from the Shadow Lord? That rogue, he had been hiding such a treasure from me all that time." Sunny did not like the way Noctis was looking at Saint one bit. In fact, he suddenly felt a very strong impulse to wipe the lecherous smile off the immortal's face, which would not have been very wise, considering who that immortal actually was. He gritted his teeth. "No, if you must know, I've created her myself, and also she can hear you. Have some manners, will you?" Noctis froze, then flinched and suddenly turned very courteous. Sorry." He glanced at Saint, then walked around her, studying the taciturn demon with a very serious expression. The shadow didn't move, seemingly uncaring of his presence. Finally, the sorcerer returned to his previous spot and smiled. "That shadow of yours might indeed be allowed into the temple of the Chalice. She has a presence about her. Even I am impressed. The two of you will pose as her servants, I assume." Sunny and Kai looked at each other, then nodded. The sorcerer turned away thinking, then said thoughtfully, "That might actually work. Once you are inside, you can find your friend and locate the glass knife. That will be extremely dangerous but not impossible. If you succeed, I can ensure your safe escape, however." Noctis glanced at them, his expression growing somber. "Sunless, Nightingale, if things go wrong inside the Temple of the Chalice, even I won't be able to save you. You will be on your own. So ask yourself seriously whether or not rescuing your friend is worth risking your lives over. You can make new friends, you know, but you can only die once." Kai looked at the immortal sorcerer and smiled. "It's worth it." Sunny wasn't so quick to speak. After a while, he snorted and looked away. "I don't make friends easily, so the ones I do have are extremely valuable. One has to protect their valuables, you know. That's just basic logic." He glanced at Noctis with a dark expression and added, "Besides, who says that you can only die once? I have already died 100 times, and that was just after meeting you. Killing me is really a very troublesome endeavor." Chapter 665. Preparations after their conversation with Noctis was done, Sunny and Kai left the sorcerer alone. The immortal needed some time to make preparations, so they had a few hours left before the archer's treatment was going to begin. After that, they were not going to see each other again until it was over, which would take at least a week. Walking through the beautiful garden of the sanctuary, Kai remained silent for a bit and then said with a smile, "Well, I think that went well." Sunny glanced at him with a dark expression. "You think?" The archer shrugged, then frowned a little. The bandages covering his disfigured face moved, revealing a confused expression. "Did it not?" Sunny shook his head. "No, we have been swindled, actually. Think about it. I wanted to get 3 things out of Noctis in exchange for revealing the location of the glass knife to him. Heal you, rescue Effie, and receive his enchanted coins. Not only did he force the secret out of me without even lifting a finger, he even fooled us into retrieving the knife in his stead, while thinking that it was our own idea, no less." He grimaced, then let out a heavy sigh. "Scary. He is a cunning trickster, and my own mind seems to be dulled by the curse of hope. Still, all is well. Noctis will heal your body, nothing else matters." Kai frowned when Sunny mentioned Hope's influence but didn't ask anything, revealing that he had made the discovery himself. After a while he said, "When you put it like that, I do feel a bit foolish. But Sunny, if you knew that we are being swindled, why didn't you try to drive a harder bargain?" Sunny shrugged. "There was no point to. I did not expect him to honor all 3 of my requests anyway. 2 of them were just for show. While those coins of his are useful, I can do without them. As for rescuing Effie, that is our own task. I would not have entrusted it to an outsider, especially an ancient transcendent with mysterious motives." He remained silent for a few moments, and then added, "We will have to ally ourselves with at least one of the chain lords in order to conquer this nightmare, but becoming dependent on someone else's strength is a slippery slope. In the end, we can only put trust in our own efforts." Kai tilted his head a little. "So, those 2 requests were just bait, and your real intention had only been to get Noctis to heal me?" Lost in thought, Sunny simply nodded. The archer smiled, then mumbled under his nose, "I wonder who swindled whom, then." They reached their corner of the garden in silence and sat down on the grass. There was so much Sunny wanted to tell Kai, and so much he wanted to ask. He was sure that Kai felt the same. But without even having to say anything, both of them decided to remain silent. They had already shared some things about their experiences in the nightmare, and as for details, that was going to have to wait until the cohort was back together. Even knowing that it was foolish, they both held on to the feeling that by postponing this conversation, they were somehow increasing the chances of the other two members joining them unharmed. After a while, Kai asked, Do you think that she is all right, Effie? From what Noctis said, that sect is incredibly ancient, formidable, and cruel. If Effie was sent into the body of a disciple with her temper, I hate to admit it, but I am afraid for her. Plus, none of the maidens is allowed to leave that temple alive. How are we going to take her away? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. Effie is more resilient than any of us. Don't forget, she survived in the Dark City far longer than you or I completely alone. She held the line during the siege of the Spire and survived that too. Effie will be fine. The War Maidens are not as formidable as you might think either. After all, the Temple of the Chalice is destroyed in the future, and all of them are dead. I've seen the bones myself. His face grew somber when he remembered the furious wraiths whom he had slain to create his third core. Who could have known that the ruin he had already explored and the Temple of the Chalice were one and the same? Judging by the destruction that reigned over the ancient temple in the future, someone was going to obliterate the fearsome sect between then and now. The War Maidens weren't invincible. Kai sighed. What about Cassie? There is no sign of her. She is not like the rest of us. Her combat skill is commendable, but her aspect is not tailored toward direct confrontation. And with how terrible her flaw is, he grew silent, reluctant to finish the thought. Sunny grinned. Cassie. She is the last person you should be worried about. Believe me, she is doing fine, probably better than any of us. At least, that was what Sunny wanted to believe. His flaw did not prevent him from saying those words aloud, so he must have been convinced that the statement was true to some degree at least. However, that didn't stop his heart from growing cold and heavy. He sighed and then added in a grim tone, Who you should really be worried about is our fifth friend. Kai frowned and looked at him with a dark expression. It has to be that person, right? The Prince of Valor. Sunny hesitated, then nodded. That is what I believe as well. The archer gritted his teeth and turned away. It doesn't matter. Here in the nightmare, all of us are allies, are we not? Sunny looked down, his black eyes growing even darker. After a while, he said, We are meant to be. However, that doesn't mean that we have to be. He sighed and then looked at the people going about their lives in the distance. Mordred is unpredictable and dangerous. I don't know what his goals are, but in this nightmare his power would have grown considerably. Don't forget that he was the one who discovered this seed in the first place, and that wasn't by accident. He was searching for it on purpose. He is after something. Sunny grew silent for a few moments and then added, his voice turning grim. Plus, there was already something wrong with Mordred in the waking world. Who knows what effect hope had on him? If he had truly gone insane, he shuddered. Then the immortal saints might end up not being our biggest problem. With that, Sunny stood up and summoned the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud, then glanced at Kai with a strange glint in his eyes. Anyway, since we have a few hours left before Noctis straps you to a table and does spell knows what to your body, how about you show me how to properly use a bow, while you still can? While there's a chance, I mean. Chapter 666. Dark Rider. The sun was slowly drowning in the darkness of the void, and as it did, a veil of shadows was devouring the world. The western horizon was still aflame with the scarlet pyre of the sunset, but the somber night was already approaching from the east. On a desolate island covered by tall pillars of jagged rock, a numinous temple stood, its beautiful stone walls painted red by the light of the drowning sun. All around it, countless swords were thrust into the petrous ground, rising from it like a solemn graveyard of steel. There was only one path through the forest of blades, and as the twilight of dusk approached it, a dull, echoing ringing suddenly resounded from the darkness, then traveled through it, slowly growing closer and closer. It was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing against stone. Soon, 4 crimson flames ignited in the shadows and then revealed themselves to be 4 eyes. 2 belonged to a Stygian destrier, the other 2 to its dark rider. The steed was black as night, with dreadful horns crowning its head. It walked forward with a steady pace, fearsome and noble, lean muscles rolling under its lusterless coat. The rider was a graceful woman in intricate onyx armor, her face hidden behind the visor of a closed helmet, with only ruby lights shining through it with indifferent resolve. Her presence was both calm and fearsome, full of quiet confidence and frightening strength. The blade of a great odachi rested on her shoulder, its steel as dark as the heart of the night. 2 steps behind the taciturn knight, 2 creatures walked with their gazes lowered to the ground. One was a towering, 4-armed demon dressed in a black kimono, his dark hair tied with a silk ribbon. The other was a strange human with skin that resembled polished bark, wearing a fitting dark garment made of soft silk, his disfigured face hidden behind a wooden mask and drowning in the shadow of a deep hood. Neither of them was armed. The Dark Knight led her horse to the first steps of the path through the graveyard of swords and stopped, waiting. Her ruby eyes burned with cold calmness, as if the woman had a heart made of stone, incapable of feeling fear, unease, or trepidation. Her servants, however, were not as aloof. Both stole glances at the magnificent stone temple, tension clearly written on their faces. A few moments later, the human asked quietly, "It is too late to turn back, isn't it?" The demon did not respond. Not that he was capable of speaking in the human tongue. Instead, he simply nodded, then froze as if sensing something. The other servant sighed and grew silent as well. There was no one and nothing around them, just the pillars of jagged rocks and the swords thrust into the ground. The island was awash in the blood-red radiance of the dying sunset, with deep shadows nesting in the spots from where the sunlight had already fled. A gust of wind suddenly blew, bringing with it the smell of iron. And then, out of nowhere, they were surrounded by a dozen silent figures. All of them were beautiful women, wearing light garments made of red silk. Their bodies were slender and supple, their skin smooth and soft. The sight of them might have been alluring if not for the sharp coldness of their eyes, the ruthless expressions written on their tantalizing faces, and the murderous glint of their blades, all aimed at the uninvited guests. Sunny shivered. Damnation. Noctis had not been joking when he described the war maidens as fearsome. Even though these women were just awakened, his intuition was screaming that they represented mortal danger. However, Sunny did not need the help of his enhanced sixth sense to understand that. The feeling he got from the female warriors was the same as he had experienced a few times before in his life, when facing true battle masters. Morgan of Valor had given him the same frightening sensation, as well as Oro of the Nine, Master Jet, Nephis, and a couple of others, all of them elite combatants of the highest tier. Some of these fiends he had fought and somehow survived, but not without shedding a lot of blood and receiving deep scars, if not on his body, then on his soul. And right now, he was staring at 12 of such monsters, and these were just the sentinels, no doubt. Who knew what kind of battle saints would he meet inside the temple? No wonder this sect had been Solving's cradle. Full of bad premonitions, he made sure to not make any sudden movements and continued staring at the ground. His role during this part was rather simple. He just had to do nothing. Her master might have been apprehensive, but Saint didn't seem concerned at all. She turned her head slightly and looked down at the war maidens, her gaze as calm and indifferent as always. Noticing her calmness, a few of the female warriors gripped their weapons tighter. One of them, a tall woman with red hair and eyes the color of steel, frowned a little and then asked in a raspy voice, "What brings you to the temple of the Chalice, demoness?" Saint, of course, remained silent. Instead, Kai took a step forward and bowed, then spoke, his ugly voice sounding like grating scritching of rusty metal. "Greetings, warriors, my lady." The War Maiden looked at him with distaste and interrupted. "Who allowed you to speak, man?" Kai remained bowed for a few moments, then straightened and looked at the woman from beneath his hood. "My lady's voice is not for you to hear. She only speaks to those who bested her in combat, and thus she has not spoken ever since taking this solemn vow." The War Maiden remained silent for a few moments, studying Saint's graceful and fearsome figure. Then she smiled darkly. "She must not have fought anyone worth fighting, then. You are her servant," Kai nodded. "Indeed, I am her voice, and that creature over there is her shadow. We serve the lady." The woman lingered for a moment, then glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "What is a human like you doing in the company of two shadows?" The archer remained silent for a few seconds and then responded. "A long time ago, evil people captured me and locked me in a deep, dark well. I was going to die in there of thirst and hunger, but my lady lifted the heavy grate and helped me escape, while that demon slaughtered the evildoers. I owe them a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid." The War Maiden stared at him silently, then nodded. "You speak with sincerity surprising for a man. Tell me, then, why has your lady come to our temple?" Kai glanced at Saint and hesitated for a bit. Sunny felt his heart start to beat faster as well. This was the most dangerous part of their plan. In fact, he was still not entirely sure that it was going to be a wise move. However, both of them had decided that while not very wise, this was something that would give them the best chance to succeed. Full of tense anticipation, he silently gritted his teeth. Finally, the archer looked at the War Maiden and said, his voice calm and steady, "She has come to take back that which belongs to the shadows, to retrieve the death of the Ivory Lord from your hands, whether you are willing to return it or not." Chapter 667. Temple of the Chalice. The glass knife contained the string of fate that belonged to Severax, the chain lord of the Ivory City. It was his death, which the War Maidens had received from the Saint of Shadows hundreds of years ago. Now, two shadows came back to retrieve it. Sunny suspected that none of the sect members that had been alive all those centuries ago lived still, including the particular maiden to whom Shadow Lord had sent the glass knife before taking his own life. As such, none would remember the four-armed demon who had delivered it, most likely. And yet, the current disciples of the cult had to know what was being kept in their temple, and how it got there. So, there was a chance that they will just hand it over to the original owners, no matter how slim. If not, they would allow Saint and her entourage inside at least. That was Sunny's hope, and judging by the fact that the maidens did not immediately attack after hearing Kai's provocative statement, his calculations were not wrong. The tall woman who had spoken to them grew still as soon as the glass knife was mentioned, a somber expression appearing on her face. She studied Saint's motionless figure, then said coldly, her raspy voice growing slightly hoarse, "So the day has come. How fortunate we are to witness it. Someone finally dares to challenge the Red Sect for the ownership of the ancient relic. Who knew that I would witness this children's story come true?" She smiled darkly, then tilted her head, no humor in her sharp gray eyes. "However, you are wrong, Shadow. The glass blade does not belong to you or any of your kin. It had been entrusted to our foremother, who passed on the duty of protecting it to her wards and through them to us." The woman lingered, then sighed. "However, it is not my place to put you in yours. Come, demoness, let me welcome you to the Temple of the Chalice." With that, the War Maidens slowly lowered their weapons, and then followed their leader as she turned to walk on the path through the graveyard of swords. Surrounded by them, Saint, Sunny, and Kai had no choice but to walk forward. After a few moments, the taciturn demon gracefully jumped down from Nightmare's back, who then dissipated into shadows and returned to Sunny's soul. Despite the fact that the beautiful female warriors had sheathed their swords, their hostility remained aimed at the three strangers, and their gazes were still as sharp and dangerous as steel blades. "What an unfriendly bunch," Sunny sighed inwardly, and then looked around through his shadows, paying attention to the countless swords thrust into the ground all around them. Somehow, he felt that each of these weapons had a history, a violent story of battle and bloodshed that ended in death. Perhaps some of these blades had once belonged to the war maidens of the past, but most must have been wielded by those warriors slain by the members of the sect. There were really many swords thrust into the ground around the stone temple. Soon, they approached the gates of the magnificent structure and were led inside. Sunny was somewhat familiar with the interior of the ancient shrine, but it was hard to bring together two pictures that lived in his mind, one of a desolate ruin, the other of the austere but formidable and perfectly maintained temple fortress. They were ushered into a spacious entrance hall, where Saint followed his command and stopped, as though unwilling to go further. The tall maiden with gray eyes glanced at her and smiled coldly. "Wait here, demoness. I will inform the elders of your arrival." "And you challenge?" Saint stood with the blade of the soul serpent resting on her shoulder, motionless like a beautiful statue cut of black onyx. Her presence was aloof and indifferent, as though the three of them were not surrounded from all sides by fearsome warriors, with no way to escape. The tall maiden left, but the rest of the sentinels remained, surrounding them in a wide circle. Their faces were calm, but their eyes remained sharp, steady hands laying on the hilts of their swords. Under their gazes, Sunny didn't dare to send one of his shadows to scout around the temple, however. He also didn't need to. Instead, he listened to the sounds surrounding them with curiosity. The temple of the Chalice seemed silent, but somewhere far away, a repeating sound could be heard, the sound of something blunt hitting flesh, over and over again, and an occasional rattle of chains. Disturbed, he frowned slightly, and then glanced at Kai. The archer stood on the other side of Saint, his face hidden in the shadow of a deep hood. His pose seemed both polite and relaxed, however. Sunny could feel a strange tension hidden behind this casual stance. He frowned and then moved his hand slightly, attracting his friend's attention. Kai lingered for a moment, then spoke in the language of the waking world without turning his head. "Yes, I found it. Why would Sunny need to use his shadows to explore the temple if he had Nightingale by his side?" Kai's awakened ability, after all, allowed him to see far and wide and even peer through solid objects. Very few things could hide from his gaze, so his task was to locate one of the two things they were looking for, the glass knife, and just in a few minutes he had already succeeded. Kai, however, did not seem too happy. "Sunny, I think we might have a slight problem." "Damnation." Sunny scowled, not liking the tone of his friend's voice one bit. He turned his head slightly, glaring at the young man in the wooden mask. The archer sighed. "You see, in the center of the temple there is a large hall, and in the center of that hall stands a giant stone chalice. The chalice is filled to the brim with raging white flame. That fire is just like the fires that burn in the sky below. In fact, I am pretty sure that one of those orbs of divine flame is somehow contained within it." He lingered for a moment and then added grimly, "The glass knife is on the bottom of the chalice, right in the middle of the annihilating divine flame." Chapter 668. Vessels of War. Damn it all. Why did it have to be the divine flame of all things? The three of them were finally allowed into the central hall of the temple, where a tall chalice cut of a single slab of gray stone stood, full of blinding white fire. The hall was drowning in stark light, deep shadows, and suffocating heat, however. Even that sweltering heat was too forgiving. This close to the orb of sun god's flame, all of them should have been already turned to ash. Sunny stared at the chalice with a grim expression, remembering the suffering he had gone through in the sky below. This was a true remnant of the obliterating pillar of white fire that had been brought down on the kingdom of hope by a god, and then continued to burn in the depths of the shattered land, slowly devouring it until nothing but an empty void remained. The pale version of it that he was able to channel through the cruel sight was already immensely destructive. And this was the real deal. How was the chalice even capable of containing the annihilating white star? He shivered, and then glanced under the surface of the stone vessel, noticing an intricate weave of ancient runes glowing inside the gray stone. An enchantment, and a powerful one at that. What kind of sorcerer had created it? Who had been powerful enough to contain a piece of divine fury? In any case, without knowing how to control the enchantment, if there even was a way to control it, getting the glass knife out was not going to be easy, or maybe even impossible. Their task just grew exponentially more difficult. Damn it all! Absorbed by the dire sight of the stone chalice, Sonny didn't even notice the three women standing in front of it for a moment or two. When he did, however, his mood dropped even further. Turned into black silhouettes by the furious white flame burning behind them, three ascended battle masters watched the uninvited guests with eyes full of cold, cutting, killing intent. One had red hair and wielded an odachi similar to his own, its blade forged out of vibrant scarlet steel. One had black hair and held a simple spear, its shaft covered by a complicated weave of runes. One had white hair and was unarmed. That last one scared him the most. Solving, too, didn't feel the need to wield a weapon. If the first two maidens seemed like warriors of terrifying skill, the third one gave him a sensation of being something much more than that. A true vessel of war, perhaps. He carefully looked around the hall, remembering how it had looked in the future. The stone slabs covering the floor had been cracked and misshapen, the mighty pillars broken and toppled over, the roof had collapsed. The walls of the hall, seemingly so strong and unassailable, had been shattered outwards, suggesting that something had detonated in the center of the hall with tremendous force. The chalice itself had been destroyed, with only a few fragments laying on the floor in a molten pile. And there had been human bones littering the hall, some still covered by the remains of red silk garments, with vengeful wraiths carrying murderous fury even thousands of years after the tragedy. Sonny glanced tensely at the dancing white flame, then shivered. Someone had come to the temple of the chalice and destroyed it, slaughtering all the fearsome maidens in the process. Had they been looking for the glass knife as well? Was he going to meet that terrifying being? Or had he perhaps met them already? Two faces suddenly appeared in his mind, that of Solving and that of Noctis. His thoughts were interrupted by one of the ascended maidens. The woman who seemed the most powerful, the fiend with white hair, looked at Saint with a cold expression and said, her voice echoing in the stark darkness of the hall, "I've been told that you wish to retrieve the legacy of our foremothers, Shadow." Saint lingered for a moment, then moved her head slightly, nodding. The maiden smiled, sending chills running down Sonny's spine. "Then your task is very simple. All you have to do is prove yourself before the chalice. Kill me and then my two sisters. If you do, the glass blade will be yours." Saint tilted her head a little, expressing an indifferent agreement. Sonny let out a furtive sigh of relief. So there was a ritual to release that glass knife into someone's hands after all. A trial that those seeking it had to pass. A simple duel, or rather 3 consecutive ones, against the senior warriors of the ancient sect. These ascended were truly formidable, but fighting them was better than having to face against the entire sect. His worst expectations had not come true. As for whether or not Saint would be able to kill the 3 ascended priestesses, he wasn't sure. However, there was at least a chance. And after the leaders of the sect were dead, finding and rescuing Effie would be much easier. As the war maiden with white hair grew silent, another one, the woman wielding the scarlet odachi, spoke. "However, first you will have to prove that you have the right to challenge us. You will fight and kill a disciple of each of us." As soon as she stopped speaking, the third one said, "Or you will die." Sonny hid a triumphant smile. 3 awakened warriors were not going to pose any threat to Saint, who was an ascended demon and formidable well beyond her rank and class. However, something felt off. He couldn't tell what at the moment, but his intuition was filling his heart with unease. Sunny glanced at Kai and noticed a similar apprehensive expression in the archer's eyes. He nodded slightly, prompting the young man to step forward and bow. "My lady accepts. However, it is unbecoming of her to slaughter your disciples, fearsome as they may be. Such a fight would not be a struggle for her, and as such would not please the goddess of life, offending her in this sacred temple. If these disciples wish to challenge my lady, they will have to defeat her shadow first." The war maiden with white hair laughed, then took a step forward. "So, she can only fight us after defeating our disciples, but our disciples can only fight her after defeating her pet demon. Fine. Fine, let it be so. No shadow can defeat a vessel of war. He was going to die after you lady's body is torn apart anyway. Let the creature be destroyed first." With that, she turned to one of the younger war maidens and smiled darkly. "Let us not disappoint our guests. Go, bring the feral child I have the misfortune of calling my successor here. She will atone for her transgressions today by killing these 2 shadows." Sunny was pushed forward and offered a choice of weapons. After hesitating for a few moments, he raised a fearsome greatsword with his upper hands and took a buckler and a long dagger with the lower. Then he walked into the center of the hall and froze, watching the divine flames burn in the darkness. All things considered, things had turned out well. The ascended war maidens had been cunning, offering the lives of their disciples as sacrifices, no doubt in order to glean the secrets of Saint's skill before facing her. Knowing the enemy was half the victory, after all. By remaining a mystery while observing how their opponent fights, the 3 battle masters would have received an advantage that Sunny couldn't allow himself to give them. Now, however, he was going to fight and kill 3 of the awakened maidens, thus keeping Saint as mysterious as these battle masters were. Facing such fearsome opponents was not going to be easy, but he was sure of his ability to outsmart, overpower, and slaughter them. Fighting such skilled warriors was only going to enrich his mastery of shadow dance. More importantly, they were not going to have to fight against the whole sect. The chalice containing the divine flame was not going to be shattered, and the temple was not going to be turned into a ruin. Whatever it had been that had happened here in the real world would not befall Sunny and Kai, leaving them unscathed. All he had to do was to kill 3 young women, one after another. They would be fearsome combatants, no doubt, especially due to the madness of hope coursing through their veins. But he had faced far worse. Sunny felt confident in his ability. A few moments later, however, his black eyes narrowed. Staring at his first opponent, Sunny couldn't help but shudder and let out a low growl. Damnation. Chapter 669. Feral child. When Sunny heard the white-haired war maiden refer to her disciple as a feral child, he assumed that she was speaking about an especially ferocious female warrior being trained in the ancient sect of war. What he had not expected, however, was that his enemy would turn out to be a literal child. Damnation. As Sunny watched with a grim expression, 2 of the awakened maidens dragged a girl of about 11, maybe 12 years of age into the hall, then threw her on the stone floor in front of him. The girl had a scrawny, juvenile body that did not seem to have touched on the path to maturity yet. Her short, wild hair was of a vibrant red color, almost the same as the torn silk garments she wore. Her skin was pale and white, or at least, it was supposed to be. Instead, it was blue and black, almost the same color as Sunny's own, which had been made to resemble obsidian by the embrace of his shadows. The girl had obviously been often and cruelly beaten, to the point that it was hard to notice a spot free of bruises on her once tender body. The whites of her eyes were hidden by the cloudy red layer of blood that had burst from ruptured vessels, making the child look like an actual beast. Hitting the floor, the girl remained motionless for a few moments, then let out a long sigh and slowly stood up, lean muscles rolling under her bruised and lacerated skin. Even though she seemed tall for her age, she was still too small to reach up to Sunny's chest. Curse these mad witches! Suddenly full of fury, he glanced at the three ascended war maidens with a dark expression, then looked down at the abused child in front of him. Was this whom he had to kill? Just a few moments ago, the task seemed so easy. The girl, meanwhile, finished picking herself from the floor and faced the war maidens with an insolent, contemptuous expression on her bruised face. With wild flames burning in her eyes, she spat a bit of blood on the floor and then bared her teeth in a feral grin. What now, you old hags? More training. Ah, and here I was just starting to enjoy my daily punishment. Despite the rude words and the recalcitrant tone, the girl's voice was soft and childishly high, and as the result, what she had meant to sound defiant ended up sounding comical instead. Flustered by that, she gritted her teeth and then proceeded to make a rude gesture with her hand as if to better articulate her point. Sunny's heart suddenly grew cold. His flinched slightly, his pupils widening in shock. No, 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 no. He was already torn about the fact that he would have to kill a child, and this was going to be a battle to the death, whether he wanted to or not. The war maidens had made it abundantly clear. Showing mercy would be the same as admitting defeat, thus surrendering both his own life and that of Kai to their slaughter. But when the girl spoke, things took a turn from bad to worse, because even if he had not recognized that tone, which he instantly did, Sunny was pretty sure that the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hope were not in the habit of expressing their meaning with their middle fingers. That was a thing humans in the waking world did, which left only one possibility. The feral child in front of him was Effie. Got him it. Now, there was no chance at all that he would kill his opponent and follow the ritual set for them by the maidens. All that stuff about not having to fight the entire sect he had felt relieved about a few minutes ago. Any possibility of that was basically gone. How were they going to get out of this one? He gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping through them. Hearing it, the senior war maiden smiled coldly and then stared at Effie. No training today, insolent child. Instead, a test. We have guests today, you see, kill them, and I might order your older sisters to feed you today. You have been demanding food, have you not? At the mention of food, a somber expression appeared on the girl's bruised face. She hesitated for a moment and then turned around, searching for these guests she was supposed to kill. Because of how the hall was lit, the figures of everyone who stood near the entrance and along the walls, Saint, Kai, and dozens of war maidens who were here to witness the challenge appeared as dark silhouettes. The only one whom she could clearly see was Sunny. Effie stared at his abdomen for a few moments, confused. Then she slowly craned her neck, looking higher and higher, and then higher still. Her face gradually grew paler and paler until a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. "Whoa, hey there, big guy," she shivered, then glanced back at her teacher. "Are you joking? I am supposed to kill that monster." The war maiden shook her head. "Not a monster, a demon. Why are you not hungry?" Effie lingered for a few moments, then asked in a little voice. "Do I get any weapons, at least?" The white-haired warrior chuckled cruelly. "Your fists should be enough. Use your tongue if they're not. It has been sharper than a blade lately, after all." The scrawny girl grimaced, then sighed and clenched her fist, turning to Sunny with hunger and resentment mixing in the bright eyes. Her soft voice resounded in the hall, full of reluctant determination. "All right then, let's kill a demon. The things a girl must do to earn a dinner." Sunny lowered his sword, staring at her with furious intent. "You idiot, it's me. Are you going to recognize me or not?" A weave of runes suddenly ignited on the stone floor of the hall, creating a circle around them. There was some sort of a barrier preventing either from escaping now, and outsiders from offering them help. The only ones left inside were Sunny, Effie, and the three war maidens standing in front of the chalice. Sunny hissed, trying to get the child to look at him. "Crap, the emerald amulet. I better get it right now." He released the hilt of the greatsword with one hand, intending to use it to fish out the amulet from the folds of his kimono. If Effie doesn't recognize me, I'll have to really fight her until I come up with a plan. Luckily, she is just an awakened. With my 3 cores and shadow augmentation, it should not be too. Before he could finish the thought, however, the scrawny girl suddenly lunged forward with shocking speed and struck him in the abdomen with her tiny fist. The towering 4-armed demon folded like a piece of paper, spat a torrent of blood, and was thrown a dozen meters back like a weightless doll. Crashing into a stone pillar, he sent a net of cracks running through its gray surface and then rolled down to the floor. Stunned by the tremendous, ridiculous force of that single blow, Sunny tried to push air into his 4 empty lungs and stared at the little girl with dread. Right, that is Effie, all right. Curses. Chapter 670. With kid gloves because of Effie's easygoing personality and affable attitude, it was easy to forget just how fearsome of a warrior she was. Out of all the members of the cohort, she had survived on the Forgotten Shore the longest. She had done so while hunting down nightmare creatures on the cursed streets of the Dark City all alone, as well. Mostly because anyone willing to help her would have been disposed of by the ruler of the Bright Castle, who had been scorned by her rejection. The fact that the young huntress had never bowed to his demands, despite the black mark placed on her, only went to show how unyielding her will really was. Her aspect made Effie a perfect instrument of war. While not as drastic as the dire, but narrow speed augmentation Castor had possessed, it was still great and wondrous. More importantly, it was an all-around enhancement: speed, strength, agility, endurance, resilience. Every facet of her physicality was elevated to an inhuman level. Sunny knew of her abilities better than most since Effie had taught him how to wield a spear. However, due to the fact that their lessons had taken place in the real world, where the huntress was bound to a wheelchair, he never experienced her full strength in a fight himself. Until now. Crap, that really hurt. Before, Sunny had hoped that their strength would be more or less equal, considering that he was augmented by 3 shadows. However, it was not even close. That one blow almost shattered his body into pieces. That was only made more bizarre by the fact that it had been delivered by a scrawny child. Maybe if he had an additional shadow or 2. Sunny had become much more powerful, but Effie had grown much stronger after the Forgotten Shore as well. Her core was now fully saturated. More than that, while Sunny had been surviving in the Red Colosseum, she had survived a hell of her own, it seemed. Being tortured, taught, and tempered by the cult that had created Solving of all people. Sunny spat some blood, gritted his teeth, and slowly stood up. This is not good. The little girl glanced at him with surprise and tilted her head a little. Huh, still alive. Damn tough bastard. He thought of taking out the emerald amulet once again, but Effie gave him no time. A split second later, she was already upon him, her leg flying through the air toward his ribcage. Sunny had no time to think about anything. He didn't want to hurt his friend, but he also didn't want to die. And getting hit by this bruised, wild, monstrous girl was going to kill him soon enough, no doubt. I need to slow her down. Even if his ribs survived Effie's wicked kick due to bone weave, the organs protected by them were not that resilient. The shock would surely rupture something important. Gritting his teeth, Sunny thrust one of his lower hands forward, putting the sharp blade of the dagger in the path of Effie's small, bony, and bruised leg. She was going to have to rethink that attack or risk having her calf cut wide open. Unless she was using her second aspect ability, of course. Curse it, the dagger slid off the girl's skin without leaving even a scratch on it, as though it was made out of tempered steel. Luckily, Sunny had expected this outcome and was already dodging out of the way. Effie's shin hit the pillar instead of his side, sending a rain of large stone chunks and sharp shards flying through the air. Before Sunny could regain his balance, the next attack came, and then the next, and the next, and the next unable to seriously hurt the girl. He had no choice but to retreat under the onslaught of deadly strikes, receiving several glancing blows that left him reeling and in pain. The scrawny girl was very small, but made up for it by being incredibly nimble and swift. The little imp was so wily and fast, in fact, that it almost felt as though she was in several places at the same time. "Stop running, big guy, let us finish this quickly, I am hella hungry, you know. Arga, would you slow down for a second, you devil child?" Sunny growled with unrestrained fury and brought the greatsword down, creating some space between himself and the advancing girl. He felt very, very, very frustrated. All he had to do for now was to let Effie know who he was. That was not very hard to do. There were many ways, really. He could use one of his shadows, or summon a familiar memory, if only she gave him a damned moment to breathe and think. The problem was that Effie did not. She was also not fighting in any style Sunny was familiar with. He knew her usual technique pretty well, but this assault had nothing in common with it. In fact, her current ferocious style was leagues beyond what the huntress had been capable of in the past, both in terms of purpose and lethality. It was sort of breathtaking, even when performed by a scrawny child. A memory was the easiest option, since summoning one took only a thought and several seconds. However, that was also the worst option, because doing so would reveal his ability to summon things out of thin air to the maidens. He and Kai had not gone through the trouble of appearing unarmed just to give that advantage away immediately. Think, you fool. There had to be a better way. Sunny deflected another devastating kick and took a step back, then froze for a split second and threw his buckler away. The thing was hideously bent by now anyway. With one of his hands now free, he made it into a fist, sent it flying forward, and extended his middle finger with a vicious snarl. Effie, who was already preparing to launch another attack, blinked a couple of times, then looked up at the towering demon with confusion. Huh! Finally, using Effie's momentary confusion, Sunny lowered his hand and mimed grabbing the rim of a wheel and moving it forward and backward as if pushing a wheelchair. The little girl frowned, then lunged forward and delivered a crushing strike, but this time her movements were a bit slower, allowing him to easily dodge out of the way. Purposefully so. Making sure that Effie could see his hand, he attacked with the greatsword while simultaneously making a fist again and pretending to have an arm wrestling match with an invisible opponent. The little girl swatted the sword away with her naked forearm, and then her blood-red eyes suddenly widened. She craned her neck and stared at the towering demon with an inexorable expression, then blurted out in a soft, childish voice, "D doofus. Thank God. Took you long enough." Sunny pretended to attack her with the dagger, then dodged a similarly half-hearted kick and gave the little girl a short nod. Effie's face trembled and then she whispered, Why the spell are you so damn tall?" Chapter 671. Thunderstruck. Sunny stared at the little girl, trying not to lose his composure. What is wrong with these people? He had 2 horns, a mouth full of sharp fangs, long claws, and 4 damned arms. And yet, the first thing that both Effie and Kai had reacted to was his height. Was he not allowed to be tall for once? Continuing to pretend to fight the monstrous child in earnest, he pointed to his chest instead of an answer. Effie, too, slowed down her relentless assault a bit, just enough to give him some breathing room without making her changed attitude obvious. A few moments later, when they were close to each other, she hissed quietly, "Let me guess, you saw the message I left that said to not come to the Temple of Chalice, and naturally decided to do the exact opposite." Sunny spun, avoiding her fist, and raised 2 fingers. The girl frowned. Someone else is with you, Cassie." "Kai." "Ah, it's Kai, so both of you decided to ignore my warning." She deflected his dagger to the side, grimaced when it slid over a barely healed laceration on her forearm, and then squeaked in her childish voice, "Well, good. I might have been too full of myself, thinking that I would be able to actually escape this damned place. So, I am really, really glad that you came. Sunny thrust his greatsword forward, narrowly missing the girl's head, and then let out a low growl. Effie gritted her teeth. But Sunny, we have two problems. One is that these lunatics never let their disciples leave the sect alive. The second is that if one of us doesn't kill the other in this duel, my teachers are going to kill us both. So, she caught his sword with one hand, then brought her fist on its blade, shattering it and making Sunny stumble. So I hope that you have a plan. No, I know you do, don't you? Despite how beaten and bruised the girl was, her soft voice sounded optimistic and cheerful. Knowing that Effie was confident in his ability to get them both out of this dire situation alive, somehow Sunny felt very validated. The problem was that he did not have a plan. In fact, he didn't have the slightest idea about how to survive this mess. Yet, so he simply shook his head, making Effie pale and grow silent. As they continued to fight, Sunny thought feverishly. He didn't see any chance of escaping the Temple of the Chalice without a bloody battle against the War Maidens, as well as any way for the three of them to come up on top in that battle. Effie was strong and fearsome, but she was not solving. She would not have been able to fight her way out of the sect as that fiend had. With Kai and Sunny added into the equation, however, things still didn't look too good. Out of the three, Sunny was the powerhouse. Even though his physical might was lesser than that of the Huntress overall, he was a much, much deadlier creature. Added to that were his three shadows, two of which were ascended demons, while the third was an awakened terror. Sunny alone was most likely enough to contain two out of the three senior War Maidens at least. Effie would have to handle the third one, which would leave Kai alone against dozens of awakened warriors gathered in the hall. That wouldn't work. No matter how Sunny moved the elements of the theoretical battle, nothing gave them a good chance of escaping alive. However, there had to be a way. The War Maidens had been defeated in the future, after all, so they were not invincible. Thinking of the future, he hesitated for a moment, and then glanced at the massive stone chalice towering in the center of the hall, full of furious white flame. Unlike in the future, it was still whole and imposing, the complex enchantment that permeated the ancient stone holding the mass of divine fire contained inside. His face grew dim. I don't like this idea, no. I don't like it at all. Indeed, he was not happy with the seed of a plan that suddenly appeared in his mind. Not only because it would be extremely dangerous and hard to pull off, but also because going through with it had broader, far-reaching implications he didn't want to think about. But no matter how hard Sunny thought, he couldn't come up with anything else to do. If moving the elements did not work, the only way to achieve his goal was to change them. With a deep sigh, he concentrated for a few moments, and then gestured Effie to keep close. At the same time, several things happened. Outside of the circle of runes, Saint lowered the soul serpent and then outstretched one hand, which suddenly became shrouded in a swarm of white sparks. She took a small step to the side to shield Kai with her body. Both actions caused the War Maidens surrounding them to grow tense, their hands gripping the hilts of their weapons. Within the circle, Sunny had become surrounded by countless onyx threads that ensnared his body. One of his four hands was enveloped by a swarm of scarlet sparks, one in a black fog, and the other two in a swirling mass of dancing sparks of white light. The three senior maidens overseeing the fight frowned when they saw the four-armed demon undergo a strange transmutation. Although just a little, their stances shifted, revealing their readiness to intervene should a need arise. But they didn't move yet, reluctant to intrude upon the duel without an undeniable reason. A few seconds later, a kite shield forged out of dull steel appeared on Saint's arm, while the odachi she held silently slid into the shadows. Sunny was suddenly clad in intricate onyx armor, holding a somber spear in one of his lower hands and an austere takai in another. Finally, a black bow with a scarlet string and a strange arrow that seemed to be made out of a bolt of lightning appear in his upper hands. Patinette Avenger, Cruel Sight, Midnight Shard, Morgan's Warbow, Strike of Thunder, and Mantle of the Underworld, augmented by Memory of Fire. He had summoned all these memories at the same time, knowing that he might not have a chance to do so later. And there was one last memory that he had called upon. As the light around him suddenly dimmed, the shape of a small black lantern started to manifest itself in the air. Spinning around before the senior war maidens reacted, Sunny knocked the strike of thunder on the string of his bow. Then, he poured a massive flood of essence into the bow and drew it, activating the Death Dealer enchantment. Unbending Enchantment's description. This adamantine bow demands a giant's might to be bent. Because of that, arrows shot from it travel as far as the eye can see and strike with terrible strength, piercing both armor and flesh. Death Dealer enchantment description. This bow is able to consume a large amount of essence to deliver an obliterating strike. And finally, Caged Lightning enchantment description. This arrow strikes as fast as a bolt of lightning and chains its devastating damage to several nearby creatures. Feeling his reserves of essence instantly diminish by a vast amount, Sunny gritted his teeth and released the string. At the last moment, all three of his shadows slid off his fingers and wrapped themselves around the strike of thunder. And so this ascended arrow of the second tier was sent flying from an ascended bow of the fourth tier, its power augmented manyfold by the three shadows and the obliterating influence of the Death Dealer enchantment. A shot like that would probably be enough to kill a master. The arrow was too fast to be intercepted as well. However, Sunny had not aimed at any of the three senior war maidens. Instead, he aimed his arrow at the stone chalice, and not anywhere on it at that. No, he sent the strike of thunder at the exact spot on the ancient stone surface, where the weave of invisible runes was the most intense and elaborate. Sunny doubted that even this combination of powers and enchantments would be enough to deal real damage to the stone vessel. However, if he could destroy a small, but important part of its enchantment, the divine flame contained within would do the rest. As the bolt of lightning streaked through the air toward the chalice, he grabbed the little girl and dashed behind one of the columns, then knelt and hugged her with all four arms, covering her little body with his. At the same time, Saint pushed Kai back and raised her shield, covering them both. Before anyone could react, the furious lightning struck the side of the giant stone chalice, and then everything became white. Chapter 672. Shadow Cohort. The bolt of darkness-wreathed lightning shot between two of the senior war maidens and struck the side of the stone chalice. A flash of light drowned the hall for a split second, and almost instantly, three arcs of electricity tore through the air, traveling back to strike the sect leaders. Since there was no one else near them, the lightning did not chain further, spending all its might while coursing through the bodies of the ascended warriors. Sunny did not see any of that, however, because he was already dashing toward a wide stone pillar with Effie's scrawny figure held in his arms behind him. A single narrow crack appeared on the surface of the chalice, and through it, a furious white light suddenly shone. A moment later, countless fractures appeared on the ancient stone, and then everything became white. Arg! Sunny was on his knees behind the column, his back to the center of the hall, hugging Effie with all his four arms. His vision was gone, replaced by an endless field of flawless white, and so was his hearing. He felt a shockwave go through his body, and the pillar behind him shatter, turning into a rain of broken, melting stone. Then, a flash of agony pierced his soul. Everything was enveloped by terrifying, suffocating heat. He felt it wash over him like a wave, and prayed that they would survive its immolating embrace. He had a reason to believe that they would. In the future, there had been bones littering the floor of the hall, after all. That meant that when the real Chalice exploded, not everyone around it had been turned to ash. Sunny also had the stalwart enchantment of the mantle of the underworld, providing him with high resistance to elemental attacks, as well as underworld armament, enchantment channeling and enhancing the protective effect of the memory of fire through the onyx armor. That was not going to be enough to withstand divine flame itself, but could save him and Effie, whom he was shielding with his towering body from the heat produced by the flame. A few moments later, the white field veiling his sight suddenly dimmed and gave way to beautiful darkness. The shadow lantern was devouring the light surrounding its master, uncaring for what had produced it. After a couple more seconds, Sunny was finally able to discern the shape of his surroundings. The sight of the great hall was all too familiar. The stone chalice lay in a molten pile on the stone floor, which was cracked and shattered. Most of the pillars supporting the roof had toppled, and so did a section of the roof itself, revealing a piece of the night sky with stars shining on its black canvas. The walls of the hall were fractured and had collapsed outward, just like they would be in the future. All over the devastated chamber, small pieces of the divine flame burned. Some danced on shards of stone, slowly devouring it, some on the charred corpses of those war maidens that had been killed in the blast. However, the flames did not seem to be spreading. Strangely, there were numerous runes shining on what remained of the hall's floor and ceiling, weakening them. Perhaps because of those runes, many of the war maidens survived. Curse it. The three ascended were all alive, although two of the three were severely wounded, whether by the lightning of the strike of thunder, the explosion, or the divine flame, Sunny did not know. Some of their awakened disciples had survived as well, and were now slowly rising from the ground, shock and fury written on their pale faces. And Sunny was alive too, but not unscathed. His body was not damaged, but one of his shadows seemed to have been too slow to retreat from the chalice and had gotten itself burned a little by the divine flame. Since the three shadows were manifestations of his soul, it was burned as well. Gritting his teeth, Sunny endured the pain and rose to his feet. Soul damage, well, what else was new? Just as he thought that, the shadows slid between the dancing flames and attached themselves to his feet, one cradling its damaged arm with 3 hands. Effie looked around with shock, sweat rolling down her little face. "The hell happened, you see crazy," she spoke, and instantly regretted it when a torrent of scorchingly hot air streamed into her mouth. Sunny evaluated the situation, then pushed the little girl away, gesturing at the far end of the hall. There, Kai was levitating above the floor, his hood torn and his wooden mask glowing angrily, as if seconds from catching on fire. The young man was surrounded by a whirlwind of white sparks, no doubt summoning his armor and weapons. He was also surrounded by a dozen surviving war maidens. Effie's eyes widened, and she took a step in his direction, but then hesitated and looked at Sunny with concern. "What about the masters?" He glanced at the 3 ascended warriors, and then simply pointed a finger at himself. The little girl wanted to say something, her eyes full of worry and unease, but then nodded and dashed away, summoning her own memories. Left alone, Sunny dismissed Morgan's warbow, transferred the cruel sight to his upper hands, and slowly walked toward the fearsome battle masters. 3 shadows followed him, and whenever he passed, the light was destroyed and replaced by darkness. The 4-armed demon in onyx armor stopped a dozen or so meters away from the leaders of the Red Sect, and tilted his head a little, staring at them with his black eyes. The white-haired ascended, the only one who remained unscathed after the explosion, looked at him with cold hatred, then smiled wildly and spat. "Foul shadow, you dare challenge the 3 of us alone?" The maiden with red hair gritted her teeth and moved her badly burned arm, raising the scarlet Odachi into a battle-ready position. The one with black hair leaned heavily on her spear, then whispered something, causing the runes on the weapon to ignite with an angry red glow. Sunny remained motionless for a second, then shook his head, and grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. A moment later, 3 terrifying creatures burst from his shadows, fury burning in their eyes. One was a giant serpent with obsidian scales. One was a dreadful black steed with adamantine horns and fangs like those of a wolf. And the third one was a graceful knight in onyx armor, wielding a charred kite shield and a stone sword. Together, the 4 shadows lunged forward. Chapter 673. War Masters and Awakened had no business fighting one ascended, let alone 3, each radiating an aura of an aberrant battle master. But then again, as far as Awakened went, Sunny was more than a little abnormal himself. He had already killed 2 masters before, Pierce, one of the wardens of the Night Temple, and the fearsome Red Priest, the slave overseer of the Colosseum. Both victories had been won by the skin of his teeth and cost him dearly. Sunny had even lost his head in one of those battles. The War Maidens seemed far more daunting than both of those men, and there were 3 of them. The previous clashes with the Ascended he had were nothing compared to the dire challenge of this one. However, during both of those fights, Sunny hadn't had the opportunity to go full out. The first time, Saint and Serpent had been preoccupied with the human echoes. The second time, he had been cut off from the spell, and thus from his arsenal of memories. But this time, nothing was preventing Sunny from unleashing the full and dreadful power of his divine aspect. It was time to show what he was truly capable of when nothing held him back. Fortunately, 2 of the War Maidens had already been injured by Sunny's treacherous attack. So, although attacking the 3 of them alone seemed more than a little bit insane, there was a good chance that he would win this fight. As the 3 Ascended prepared to deflect the assault of shadows, Saint lowered her shoulder, put it behind the patient Avenger, and aimed the charred kite shield at the enemies. Burning Heart, enchantment description. This shield can store a portion of fire damage it receives to augment another weapon of its wielder or unleash a devastating shockwave. A deep metallic groan resounded from within the shield, and then an invisible shockwave exploded outward from its dull steel surface. The patient Avenger had absorbed plenty of fire damage during the explosion of divine flames, and now all that furious force was released forward, shattering the chunks of stone that littered the cracked floor into dust and sending the War Masters flying back into different directions. Whatever chance of a coordinated defense they had before was now utterly gone. Without slowing down, Sunny and his shadows split. The Soul Serpent slithered between the dancing flames, lunging at the maiden that wielded a spear. Saint ran toward the maiden that wielded an Odachi, and finally, Sunny and Nightmare flew toward the maiden that was unarmed but radiated the most pressure. Come on! Everything was going according to plan. However, no plan ever survived a clash with reality. A moment later, something unexpected happened, putting a wrinkle into Sunny's stratagem. The woman with black hair twisted in the air and gracefully landed on her feet, plunging the tip of her glowing spear into the stone floor to stop herself from sliding back into the white wall of divine flame burning behind her. And then there were suddenly 2 of her. 2 identical War Maidens jumped to their feet, each holding an identical glowing spear. None looked like an illusion, and both possessed real shadows. Both were made of flesh and bone, which meant that the threat she posed instantly doubled. What kind of an insane aspect is that? Sunny bared his fangs, changing the plan on the fly. Nightmare pivoted and switched direction, aiming to join Soul Serpent and help it destroy the 2 spear-wielding Ascended. One of the shadows cast by Sunny swiftly glided forward, wrapping itself around the black steed. The other two rose and embraced Sunny himself, since he was now facing the most fearsome of the war masters alone. Saint was going to have to deal with her own opponent without any augmentations. He wasn't too worried, though. Out of the four of them, she was probably the most powerful. A moment later, the war maidens and the shadows clashed. To Sunny's left, Nightmare and the Soul Serpent attacked the two identical black-haired women. Now that the Shadow Steed was apart from Sunny and outside the area where the Shadow Lantern was devouring all light, the effect of the Dark Destrier attribute was lessened, depriving him of its augmentation. However, the Dreadlord attribute was still working. No matter how confident and fearsome the war maidens appeared, they had to be in the throes of fear and confusion deep down in their hearts. After all, their sacred chalice had just been unexpectedly destroyed, and scores of their sisters had been killed in the explosion. Added to Nightmare's mantle of fear, ability, even powerful Ascended like them would not be able to resist the creeping terror, and the more terrified they were, the more powerful the Black Courser would become. So Sunny was not worried about Serpent and Nightmare, either. To his right, Saint clashed with the red-haired Ascended, their blades crossing with melodious ringing. The War Maiden pushed, causing the taciturn demon to stagger and make a quick step back. Considering how much the living statue weighed, this must have taken tremendous strength. So, this one possessed some sort of a physical augmentation aspect. Her terrible burns seemed to be healing with incredible speed, too, which meant that the aspect gifted her with a miraculous regeneration rate as well. And lastly, there was a deep nick left on the blade of Saint Stone's sword. Either the enchantments of the Scarlet Odachi were especially powerful, or the woman possessed an ability capable of reinforcing her weapons, too. Still, Sunny was confident that his silent shadow would be able to win. The only member of their team he was somewhat worried about was himself. Raising the cruel sight above his left shoulder and lowering the midnight shard to his right thigh, Sunny lunged at the white-haired war maiden who was still calm, entirely unscathed and unarmed. "Let's see what kind of a fiend you are, then." Looking at the attacking demon with cold hatred, the woman simply outstretched her empty hands, and in the next moment the stone shards and the dancing flames around them suddenly moved. Chapter 674. Mercy of Shadow. What the? The shards of stone and the dancing flames moved, flying through the air toward the tall woman. Instead of crushing and burning her, however, they somehow assembled around her slender body, the pieces of stone levitating around it to form a strange armor, the fire shrouding her hands like incandescent gloves. Sunny suddenly felt a deep, dangerous sense of unease. "How dare you, vile shadow!" The voice of the war maiden thundered in the darkness that the shadow lantern had created, and then, two furious white eyes ignited in its depths, piercing Sunny with a murderous gaze. "How dare you challenge war?" A split second later, the maiden disappeared from where she stood, the stone slab beneath her feet exploding into a rain of shards. Almost instantly, she was already upon him, a flame-wreathed palm shooting forward to pierce his chest. Damnation! What is it with women of war always going straight for my heart? This is already the third time this happens. Sunny awkwardly blocked the devastating blow and felt himself being thrown back by the terrifying force of the impact. Luckily, the mantle of the underworld had withstood the touch of the divine flames that shrouded his enemy's hands, if just barely, the enhanced enchantment of memory of fire still coursing through its polished onyx. Arg! Something wasn't right here. Even for a master, the speed and strength of this woman were way too terrifying. With 3 cores nearing full saturation and augmented with 2 shadows, he was supposed to be near the realm of the Ascended at least, if not more or less on par with some of them. And yet, her might was far greater than his. That could have been explained by possessing an aspect that augmented one's physicality, but as Sunny had just seen, the white-haired war maiden seemed to be some sort of an elemental sorceress. Ah! I see how it is. Crashing onto the floor in a roll, he instantly threw the cruel sight forward to prevent his enemy from chaining the next attack after the first, and then slashed at her with the midnight shard. The blade of the austere takai scraped fruitlessly across the carapace of levitating stone shards surrounding the war maiden's body. It seemed that the effect of her aspect was broader than just elemental control. Not only was the fearsome leader of the Red Sect capable of manipulating the elements, she also drew power from them. The stone probably enhanced her strength and endurance. The fire her speed, attack power. Whatever it was, it seemed to also allow the white-haired maiden to perceive her surroundings despite the veil of shadows his lantern was creating around them. With a ruthless scowl on her beautiful face, the woman easily swatted both the cruel sight and the midnight shard to the sides. However, she failed to defend against the sharp blade of the ghostly stiletto that suddenly appeared in one of Sunny's hands and slid between the chunks of stone protecting her body. The moonlight shard bit into the maiden's body, failing to sink deep but still drawing blood. Sunny grinned. There was a benefit to having 4 arms after all. Not so high and mighty now, are you? The maiden seemed more infuriated than hurt, though. The stone carapace swirled around her, sending the moonlight shard flying away from his hand, and then 2 incandescent fists descended upon him. A spark of flame traveled through the whirlwind of stone shards and licked her body, perfectly cauterizing the wound. Bad! The white-haired warrior and Sunny clashed, their speed and ferocity causing more destruction to befall the devastated hall of the temple. Since they were shrouded by a rolling cloud of darkness, no one would have been able to see what was happening under the veil of shadows, noticing only flashes of white radiance that tore through it from time to time. All they would be able to perceive were the furious sounds of a frightening, inhuman battle. The war maiden was faster and stronger than Sunny. Her aspect was fearsome, and her skill was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was different from how humans of the waking world fought, but in no way inferior. In fact, her murderous technique was utterly sublime in its deadly power, stark perfection, and lethal precision. She was also able to control the flow of essence through her body with such an intricate and ingenious measure of control that it made Sunny realize how crude and clumsy his own, which he had been proud of before, really was. His essence was running low, too, because of how much he had spent on delivering the obliterating shot from Morgan's warbow. However, he was not defenseless in that fight. While the war maiden possessed a sublime technique, Sunny possessed a myriad of them. He was able to shift from one style to another effortlessly, dancing like a shapeless shadow, making it difficult to predict and prevent his next move. The cruel sight danced with him, swiftly changing its form from a somber spear to a mirror sword, and jumping between his 4 hands. Sunny had dismissed the midnight shard, knowing that it would not be able to withstand the immolating heat of divine flames shrouding his enemy's arms. He relied on his versatility and deception to keep himself alive under the ferocious assault of the monstrous Ascended. And through all of it, he was observing how she moved, how her shadow moved, how they fought, how they reacted. Shadow Dance was slowly absorbing the war maiden's sublime battle style, thus making her incredible technique more transparent and predictable. The process was helped by the fact that Sunny had recognized the same foundation in it that he had witnessed when Effie attacked him earlier. The two were a master and a pupil, after all. For now, Sunny was locked into a desperate defense, with no hope of launching an effective attack of his own. It seemed as though his death was only a matter of time. But in reality, he was just biding his time, waiting for the right moment to deliver a single but singularly inescapable strike. And soon enough that moment came. Sunny was battered and beaten, the onyx surface of the mantle of the underworld cracked and glowing orange in several places, as if on the verge of melting. His reserves of essence were almost empty, and his breathing was labored and arduous. One of his horns was broken, or rather cut cleanly, the edges turned glossy and black by the indescribable heart of the War Maiden's fiery palm. But then, he suddenly saw it. An opportunity. There was probably not going to be another one of those in this dire fight. As the white-haired warrior raised her hand to deliver another terrible strike, he suddenly turned the blade of the cruel sight slightly, so that it faced the enemy with the flat side. And then, Sunny activated the Light Eater enchantment of the somber spear, turning its blade into a source of bright, radiant sunlight. The War Maiden had used her aspect to adjust her eyes to the darkness, and for that reason, a sudden flash of daylight blinded her, while Sunny remained unaffected by it. He was relying on his shadow sense to move around anyway. His enemy was only blinded for a second, but in the battle at their level, 1 second might as well have been an eternity. Simply losing her sight would not have made the War Maiden defenseless, of course. A warrior like her would have been taught how to fight with her eyes closed, and indeed, she instantly shifted her body and moved her hands, preparing to deflect the most probable attacks. Unfortunately for her, Sunny had already gained enough insight into her style to know exactly what these movements would be, and so he knew how to slip through them. One of his hands suddenly shot forward, the clawed gauntlet shattering a piece of stone protecting the woman's neck. The other followed, passing through the momentary gap in the magical carapace and ripping her throat apart. A strange sound escaped from the War Maiden's lips. Her eyes widened, the white radiance burning in them growing dimmer. For some reason, Sunny felt himself be disturbed by that sight. The whirlwind of stone shards surrounding the maiden's powerful body rained to the ground. See, can't be. A shadow. With that, the fearsome leader of the Red Sect fell to her knees, life draining through the terrible wound on her neck. All it took to kill her was one calculated, treacherous strike. Before the spell spoke, Sunny hesitated for a moment, then leaned down and whispered, "Find peace within me. This is the mercy of shadow." Chapter 675. Devastation. A few moments later, after Sunny spoke, the spell whispered into his ear, "You have slain an ascended human, War Maiden Hilda. Your shadow grows stronger." He took a step back and grunted, pain and exhaustion permeating his battered body. "Why don't I feel happy?" Sunny did not mean to say those words aloud. With a frown, he pulled his gaze away from the corpse of the valiant maiden, briefly glanced at the emerald amulet grasped in one of his hands, and hid it back under the cracked breastplate of the mantle of the underworld. It was not every day that he achieved a victory in a battle against an ascended. He should have been celebrating, but really, Sunny was not too fond of killing humans, at least those whom he did not hate. Feeling pain travel through his scorched body and observing the sorry state of the mantle, he activated its living stone enchantment and saw the stone-like metal start to restore itself. He also sensed most of his remaining essence flow through the armor, disappearing as it empowered the process. With a sigh, Sunny leaned on the cruel sight and looked around warily. He was not in the best shape, and the battle was not over. It wasn't time to celebrate yet. To his right, Saint was entangled with the red-haired ascended, their weapons weaving a fearsome pattern of destruction across the remains of the great hall. The patient avenger was glowing with an angry orange radiance, and her stone sword was surrounded with flames augmented by the cold steel, enchantment of the shield. It was somehow resisting the scarlet Odachi. However, the blade of the sword was covered by numerous nicks and cracks, as if it was seconds away from falling apart. The body of the War Maiden, meanwhile, was washed in blood but free of any wound, betraying the fact that she had been able to heal all the damage dealt to her by Saint. To his left, Serpent and Nightmare were fighting the two identical ascendeds. One, surprisingly, was already on the floor, the black steed stomping viciously on her chest with adamantine hooves. The sight of it was both disturbing and frightening, even though Sunny knew that the dreadful horse was on his side. The second maiden was entangled in a furious battle with Soul's serpent, her enchanted spear flashing through the air and leaving deep gashes on the Stygian scales of the giant snake. Despite Serpent's advantage in size and might, the woman was too swift, cunning, and skilled to allow herself to be caught by its coils. What's worse, her weapon seemed to be able to follow the enemy into the shadows, striking at Serpent even when it dove into them to ensnare her. The black-haired warrior was truly terrifying. To be able to resist both an ascended demon and an awakened terror at the same time, even after being damaged by the strike of thunder, and the explosion of the chalice was something only the most fearsome masters of the waking world would have been able to do, if any. However, her luck had run out, because today she met Sunny. Stepping through the shadows, he appeared behind the maiden and struck her in the back, not at all concerned with how cowardly and dishonorable such an attack was. Or would have been considered by some people, rather. Honor was for fools, and while Sunny knew himself to behave like a fool on occasion, he was at least immune to this particular kind of foolishness. The blade of the cruel sight pierced the heart of the brave war maiden and flashed with white incandescence of divine flames for a split second, dealing devastating damage to everything it touched. The woman died instantly, without even realizing who had killed her. At the same time, her second copy finally succumbed to Nightmare's hooves and stopped moving, her body a terrifying mess of torn flesh and broken bones. A moment later, it shimmered with a dark red glow and disappeared. The spell spoke. "You have slain an ascended human, War Maiden Jivenraver. Your shadow grows stronger. One more left." Regretting his decision to not let the serpent finish off the ascended, thus replenishing his now empty reserves of essence, Sunny gritted his teeth and turned his head to glance at Saint. However, at that moment, the voice of the spell suddenly resounded once again. "You have slain an ascended human, War Maiden Kara. Your shadow grows stronger." What he saw was the war maiden's decapitated body toppling to the floor, the taciturn knight standing above it with a shattered sword in her hand. The length of its stone blade, what remained of it, at least was painted crimson, heavy drops falling down from it. Saint remained motionless for a few moments, then glanced at her broken sword with regret. Her shoulders moved slightly, as if the shadow sighed. Dropping the shattered blade, she then bent down and nonchalantly picked up the scarlet odachi that slipped from the Ascended's fingers. Finally, the taciturn demon brandished the odachi and turned around to look in the direction of the entrance to the great hall. "What is she looking at?" Sunny frowned, then suddenly shivered. "Oh, right, Effie and Kai," he spun, remembering that his friends were currently facing off against a dozen of powerful awakened warriors. However, he didn't have to worry. The war maidens, almost all of them, were already dead. Kai was just about to finish off the last one. The young man was clad in beautiful armor forged out of white steel and gold, wielding a swift saber. His battle skills seemed to have improved tremendously since their time on the Forgotten Shore. Those months in the army of the Ivory City must have taught him a lot. Effie was done with her share of enemies, as well. The little girl was now wearing a familiar bronze armor, the white chiton beneath it replaced by the red silken tunic of the war maidens. The dusk shard was also there on her hand. However, now the heavy round shield was almost the size of her entire body. Just then, Kai dodged a strike of his opponent, hovered above the floor at an impossible angle, and delivered an unexpected thrust to the war maiden's abdomen. A moment later, Effie slammed into her with the dusk shard. The female warrior fell to the ground, either dead or dying. Suddenly, the devastated hall of the Temple of the Chalice was enveloped in silence. The three of them, Sunny, Kai, and Effie, stared at each other with confused expressions on their faces. It was all over. Have they really won? Chapter 676. glass knife surrounded by devastation. Sunny, Kai, and Effie stared at each other with confused expressions on their faces. Their weapons were still raised, ready to strike at the enemies. However, there were no enemies around, just dead silence. Sunny tensely studied the devastated hall, then slowly pulled out the emerald amulet and looked at the little girl with a silent question written on his face. "Effie, tell me. Is there perhaps a slumbering saint somewhere in the temple?" She frowned, then shook her head. Sunny was genuinely perplexed. Maybe there is an indescribable horror that had been contained by the chalice, and we have set it free, or an ancient curse. The little girl wiped the sweat off her bruised face, then said in her soft, childish voice, "Not that I know of. No, there are no horrors or curses." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "So, what, we really won, just like that?" Effie stared at him for a bit and then yelped in outrage. "What the hell do you mean by just like that? We just wiped out 100 vicious awakened battle zealots, and you yourself killed 3 ascended champions. Not to mention destroying the chalice, which was supposed to be indestructible. By the way, was that not hard enough for you, you crazy demon?" He tilted his head a little and thought about it. "Well, when you put it like that, I guess it was a bit hard." The 3 of them, especially Sunny, had indeed achieved something remarkable just now, but it still felt weird. He didn't even lose a single limb, body part, or heart. Well, he did lose half of a horn. That had to count for something, probably. Sunny scowled. That victory had not been easy. In fact, it had been the opposite of that. However, it had not been as costly as he would have expected it to be. 3 ascended were no joke, let alone as fearsome as the war maidens had been. Granted, they had faced him after being mangled by the strike of thunder and the consequent explosion of the chalice, and he had only been able to damage the chalice, thus allowing the divine flame contained within to destroy it, because of his insight into how true sorcery worked. So, in a sense, this victory was the result of those months Sunny had spent barely surviving in the Red Colosseum, as well as his trials in the countless nightmares that gifted him his 3rd shadow. And more than a bit of luck. He sighed, then asked dubiously, "So what? We can just go?" Effie looked around, her gaze lingering on the corpse of the white-haired maiden for a few seconds. Her little face turned somber, and then she simply shrugged. "Unless you want to get roasted even more by the divine flames, I suggest we do." Kai, who had been silent this whole time, looked around as well. His gaze, however, seemed to be aimed at something beyond the walls of the devastated hall. Then he lowered his head, his eyes turning dark. The young man lingered for a few moments and then said in a low, hoarse voice, Are there other children that were being trained in the sect? Do we need to take them with us?" Sunny froze, then scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Oh yes, I did not think about that. The war maidens were known to take in orphan girls, right? Where are they?" He wasn't too happy about the prospect of taking care of a bunch of kids, especially since he had just slaughtered their previous caretakers. But the idea of leaving them here did not sit right with Sunny, whether or not they were just phantasms of the nightmare. Noctis would end up having to deal with settling the children in the sanctuary anyway. Effie's childish face slowly turned still, and she briefly glanced down in the direction where Kai had been looking a few moments ago. She turned away and said in a strangely even tone, There were a few other girls with me before, indeed. But they didn't make it." She dismissed the dusk shard, then bent down to pick up one of the swords laying on the stones. The war maidens were not bad people, you see, at least not at the start of it all. But somewhere along the way the sect changed. By the time the girl whose body I took over ended up with them, it was as though everyone here had gone insane. She walked to the next corpse, stared at it with strange darkness in her eyes, and then picked up another weapon. They were obsessed with the idea of creating a warrior capable of slaying someone called solving. So their training, what they called training, anyway had grown vicious, cruel, and inhumanly hard. Of all the girls subjected to it, only a handful survived. In this batch, I was the only one. Effie sighed, then stopped, staring once again at the body of the white-haired war maiden with a complicated expression. Strange, isn't it? It was not like they hated us. On the contrary, they seemed to care about their wards a great deal. Didn't stop them from killing us, though. She remained silent for a bit and then added, and despite the fact those girls were being tormented and killed, it didn't stop them from loving their killers. Humans are very weird that way, huh? The little girl was silent for a few moments, then suddenly smiled. So, yeah, I would like to get out of this place very much. If there is nothing else, let's just go. Sunny hesitated, then silently motioned to Kai to come closer to Effie. She was putting on a brave face, but he could sense that beneath it, the huntress was deeply disturbed by what had happened to her in this temple and what they had done to the temple themselves. Then he turned around and headed for what remained of the stone chalice. As he got closer, the heat of the divine flame grew almost unbearable. Sunny once again activated the enchantment of the memory of fire and the augmentation of the underworld armament, then moved carefully between the burning shards of stone. In the spot where the chalice had stood before, surrounded by a ring of flames, a simple knife made of a piece of ghostly glass lay, reflecting the furious white light of the fire. Because of the shape and position of the deep fractures that had spread through the cracked floor, it seemed as though the glass blade had been the epicenter of the terrible explosion. There was not a simple blemish on its surface, though. Sunny lingered for a moment, then leaned forward and picked up the glass knife. It was light and cool to the touch, just how he remembered it. Just to make sure, Sunny glanced beneath the surface of the glass blade and froze for a moment, transfixed by the sight of a single string of fate encased within it, looping endlessly on itself. Even if he had not seen that knife in one of his nightmares, he would have instantly recognized it for what it was. The key to an immortal's death, the Ivory Lord's death. He had found it. Chapter 677. Current of fate. Outside of the now empty temple of the chalice, the dawn was slowly painting the world in a beautiful shade of lilac. Sunny was sitting on the ground, staring at a scarlet odachi and a spear with a blade etched with runes that lay on the ground in front of him. Kai had dismissed his armor and was standing nearby, his wooden mask charred and blackened by the heat of the divine flames. His gaze was distant. Effie was also close. She was standing in front of a pile of weapons, some of them whole, some broken and melted by the fire. Despite her exhaustion and injuries, the little girl, whose body was almost entirely covered by bruises and lacerations, was picking up one weapon after another, then thrusting them into the rocky ground with somber determination. The graveyard of swords surrounding the temple was slowly growing, thanks to her efforts. Sunny observed Effie for a while, then sighed. He did not see a lot of sense in leaving so many enchanted weapons behind, even if most of them were only equivalent to awakened memories. However, he was also not going to stop the girl from performing the wasteful ritual, as long as it gave her some closure, or whatever it was she was seeking by performing the strange burial. It gave him food for thought, however. In the future, he knew, there was no such graveyard around the ruined temple of the chalice, which meant that no one had done this last mercy for the war maidens slaughtered in the Great Hall. Was that the reason they had turned into vengeful wraiths, perhaps? Maybe. Or maybe the swords had just been stolen or destroyed at some point later in time. He had not seen the rest of the graveyard in the future as well, after all. So then, what exactly was the connection between the nightmares and the dream realm? Before, Sunny had been sure that nightmares were simply recreations of the past. Now, however, he was not so certain. After all, the temple of the chalice was destroyed in the same exact manner as it had been in the future, which meant that he had always been the one to destroy it. The seed of nightmare was a portal to the actual past. Sunny scowled, then shook his head. No, this didn't make any sense. If that was true, then too many things would have been changed in the waking world every time an awakened conquered their nightmare. The connection was too easy to spot. All he had to do was to go and carve his name into one of the menhirs of the sanctuary, then check if it had actually appeared outside the seed. People weren't fools. They would have known by now. Nightmares were almost certainly simply recreations of the past of the dream realm, and not the actual thing. However, the coincidence of how the Temple of the Chalice had ended up was too glaring to be natural. Logically, the appearance of Awakened from the waking world should have changed the course of events that had happened in the past completely. And yet, it had not, at least not yet. He could think of two explanations for that, one far less frightening than the other. The first explanation was that this was a simple case of his knowledge of the future informing his actions in the past. Sunny had thought of destroying the chalice because he had already seen it destroyed in the future, and so the cycle had been complete without any ominous reasons, just due to a logical connection. The second explanation was far more concerning, at least to Sunny. He knew more about fate than most people. He knew how hard it was to change it, let alone escape its stranglehold completely. So what? What if fate had a pull on all things, had influence over all of existence, and pushed everything, everywhere in a certain direction? To a certain conclusion, no less. If so, the details of what happened could potentially change, but the end would inevitably and inescapably be the same. That was a thought that terrified Sunny beyond belief. He had proclaimed fate to be his sworn enemy after all. And now, that enemy seemed more fearsome than ever. With a grim expression, he glanced at Effie one more time, then rose from the ground and walked over to the pile of weapons, picking one of them up and thrusting it into the ground. The girl was breathing heavily, her little body seemingly on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, she glanced at Sunny with a stubborn expression. "What are you doing?" Sunny picked up another sword and shrugged. "Helping. You must be hungry, are you not? The sooner we are done with this, the sooner you can eat. Everyone wins, no?" Effie hesitated for a bit, then turned away and nodded slowly. Together, they continued to bury the swords of the maidens in the rocky soil, with Kai soon joining them. Before too long, the pile of weapons had disappeared, joining the countless swords surrounding the empty, silent temple. Sunny did not know if what they had done was going to change fate, even a little bit. But he hoped ardently that it would. The next morning, the inhabitants of the sanctuary saw a very peculiar thing. A man in a wooden mask and with skin that resembled tree bark effortlessly landed on the soft grass of the island, his tall figure covered by a fitting silk garment. A moment later, a towering four-armed demon climbed from beneath the island and joined him. However, that was not all. There was a scrawny girl of about 11 or 12 years of age sitting on the shoulders of the demon, holding his horns with her little hands and swinging her skinny legs wildly. "Gee up! Faster!" Listening to Effie laugh, Sunny gritted his teeth, then said with irritation, "Can you stop swinging your legs? I am not a horse, damn it." The huntress did not listen, so he grabbed her legs with two of his four hands and held them in place, which was not easy to do considering the little girl's monstrous strength. "Ouch, my bruises." Effie made a pitiful face and whimpered. "Oh no, please don't hurt me, Uncle Demon. I'll be good, I promise. I'll try to recover from the beatings faster." "You don't need to get angry." As the people stared at the girl's terribly bruised body with dark expressions, then looked at Sunny angrily, he hissed, "I didn't, she's not, you stop it right now, Effie, that is not funny." The little girl threw her head back and laughed again, then leaned down with a mischievous smile. "Yes, of course. Whatever you say, Uncle." After that, she glanced at the tall menhirs of the sanctuary and lingered for a few moments, then whispered quietly into his ear. "So let me get this straight. Everyone in this nightmare was driven insane by the demon of desire, and to conquer it, we need to set her free with the help of a mad transcendent sorcerer who wants to defy the gods, start a war against the other four chain lords and kill them. And it was that guy Noctis who sent you to the Temple of the Chalice. He is the one we are here to see." Sunny looked forward with a dark expression on his bestial face and then growled, "More or less. We have a thing or two to discuss with him." He paused for a moment before adding, murderous flames igniting in his eyes, "Because I am pretty sure that Noctis, that rotten bastard, has swindled me again." Chapter 678. Wind of Change. The three of them entered the sanctuary, crossed the beautiful garden, and entered the sorcerer's residence through a familiar wooden door, Effie still sitting on Sunny's shoulders with a curious expression on her childish face. The rooms within, however, had changed since the last time Sunny had seen them. The luxurious furniture was gone, as well as beautiful decorations covering the walls. Instead, all that met them was barren stone, with a few broken sailor dolls laying on it, their limbs disassembled and laid out around the bodies like macabre pieces of art. The floor of the whole central chamber was covered by a circle made out of a myriad of runes, powerful currents of soul essence flowing through it and dissipating into the ancient stones. Noctis was sitting in the center of the circle, his eyes closed. Without the familiar carefree smile, his beautiful face seemed ominous and strangely terrifying. Hearing their footsteps, the sorcerer slowly exhaled. The crushing flood of essence slowly thinned and then dissipated, retreating back into his body. He turned his head slightly and opened his eyes, which shone in the darkness for a moment as though full of pale moonlight. Then they slowly turned human again, and Noctis smiled, returning to his usual laid-back persona so suddenly that it seemed almost disturbing. "Ah, Sunless, my friend, you are back. Sit down, have a drink, welcome." He stood up and outstretched a hand, as if trying to gesture at a set of comfortable seats. Then a surprised expression appeared on the Transcendent's face, and he looked around the empty hall with a bit of confusion. "Oh, right, I've been remodeling," Noctis sighed, then clapped his hands together. "Well, no matter, dolls, bring my guests something to drink. They must be parched after their journey." His voice echoed around the residence, however, nothing happened. He hesitated, then glanced at the broken mannequins lying on the floor and awkwardly shifted his feet. "Ah, how unfortunate." The sorcerer shook his head, then shrugged and looked at the three of them with a smile. "Anyway, welcome." He tilted his head and stared at Effie, then blinked a couple of times. "Ah, you have brought a child with you. How curious. It doesn't bite, does it?" Sunny frowned, but before he could speak, Effie blurted with feigned outrage, "I am not a child. I am 12, almost." Noctis stared at her with doubt. "It speaks. How bizarre." Sunny slowly inhaled, then said evenly, "This child is called Effie. She is the friend I have told you about." The sorcerer's polite smile remained glued to his face. He stared at Effie some more, then furtively glanced at Kai. "So, one of your friends is a cripple you randomly stumbled upon in my sanctuary, and the other one is a small child." Sunny nodded grimly. Noctis rubbed his chin and then cautiously said, "Sunless, are you utterly sure that you did not just invent having friends? To make me value our own beautiful friendship more, perhaps? If so, let me assure you, I value it a great deal already. There's no need for you to feel insecure just because you are not as beautiful, wealthy, wise, generous, and delightful to be around as me." Sunny gritted his teeth and then hissed furiously, I am sure that I did not invent them. Are you sure that you really want to know the truth about me and my friends?" Noctis raised his eyebrows with a sincere look on his face. "Well, of course." Sunny stared at him for a few moments and then said, "In that case, my friends and I are not actually a demon, a cripple, and a small child. We are humans from a distant future whose souls were sent here by a nearly almighty entity known as the Nightmare Spell, after the gods had died and this whole world had been destroyed. Oh, and this place. It is not real. You are not real, too. All of it is just a complicated illusion created by the spell to test us three. No, us five, actually. That's the honest truth." The sorcerer looked at him with wide eyes. Then he sighed, shook his head, and uttered in a hurt tone, "Sunless, there's no need to weave such stupid lies to mock me. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to." He pursed his lips and turned away. "So childish. I take it all went well then. Since you are in the company of a new friend, you must have successfully infiltrated the temple of the Chalice, found her, retrieved the glass knife, and fled before the war maidens noticed." Sunny flinched, then cleared his throat and remained silent for a couple of seconds. Finally, he said in an even tone, Well, actually not exactly. We did retrieve Effie and the knife, but—" Noctis looked at him with surprise. "But what?" Sunny coughed. "We sort of destroyed the Chalice and killed all the war maidens." The sorcerer stared at him in shock. "You did what?" Kai sighed and then strained his vocal cords to speak. "We were left with no other choice. The maidens were willing to give us a chance to earn the right to take the glass knife away, but they would have never let Effie go. That was a tenet of their sect, so the sect had to go instead." Noctis stared at them with wide eyes, his face turning deathly pale. He swayed a little and then yelped, "But what do you mean you killed all the maidens? How did you manage to kill them? What about their transcendent sect leader? Did you kill her too?" The three of them looked at each other with confusion. Then Effie cautiously spoke up. The venerable foremother, who was the last transcendent of the Red Sect, died like 200 years ago. There were no other transcendents among the maidens since." The sorcerer blinked a couple of times. "Wait, really? So she just went and died? How pedestrian." Sunny stared at him aghast. Did that fool? Did he really forget that real people had a habit of dying from time to time, unlike his own immortal self? How insane could that charlatan really be? But then he had to stop himself. No, that was not right. Noctis was no fool, he just enjoyed playing one. There was no chance that the immortal would not have known whether or not there were transcendents living in his territory, which could only mean one thing. Sunny took a step forward and growled, "Do not insult us. You knew perfectly well that there were no transcendents in the Temple of the Chalice. And you also knew that you could have easily obliterated that whole place and taken the glass knife, if you wanted to. We three are formidable as far as awakened go, but not nearly as formidable to be able to do something that a chain lord would not have been able to." He glared at the immortal and said, the emerald amulet almost cracking in his fist, "So, Noctis, my friend, why don't you tell me the real reason for why you really sent me and Kai there instead of going yourself? And be very careful about what you say, because our beautiful friendship might depend on your answer." Noctis remained silent for a while, looking at him with an unreadable expression. Then he sighed and waved a hand. All right. If you want to be boring, I'll tell you the truth. No need to get angry." He clapped his hands again, and the disassembled sailor dolls suddenly rose from the floor, their limbs flying up and connecting to the wooden torsos. Then one of them disappeared for a moment and returned with a silver goblet full of fragrant wine, presenting it to the sorcerer with frightened reverence. The others backed away and froze, standing silently near the walls. Noctis took the goblet, took a sip, and looked away with a somber expression on his exquisite face. "Yes, it is true that I could have retrieved the knife, saved your friend, and destroyed the temple of the Chalice myself. That would not have been too hard. With or without the transcendent guarding it. However," he stared west, his eyes turning dark, "if I made such a move myself, the other four would have learned of it. Then they would have understood why I made it and what I am going to do next as well. They will know my intentions eventually, of course, but now is not the time. Not yet. Revealing it all now would be troublesome." Sunny scowled, then briefly glanced at Kai. The archer was looking west, too, his shoulders tense. The Ivory City lay to the west. The Red Colosseum, too. He hesitated and then said in a grim tone, "So you can't act openly out of the fear that the other chain lords will unite to attack you." Noctis turned to him and smiled. "Fear? No, nothing that whimsical. It is simply a matter of convenience. You see, until—" Suddenly the sorcerer grew silent. His face turned grave and his eyes shined with a glint of distant moonlight. This time it was not a performance. Sunny could feel that something had really gone wrong because the whole room inexplicably changed, becoming much darker, colder, and full of dire tension. Noctis slowly turned his head and whispered, his voice stunned and solemn. Something changed. No, it can't be." He looked toward the doors, and then added with a grim expression, "We have another guest, I think. A messenger from the north." Chapter 679. Messenger from the north. The sorcerer seemed shaken. No more than that, he seemed deeply troubled by something. Noctis stared at the door for a few moments, then frowned and said, his voice devoid of any emotion, "Let us go and see who is knocking on my door, then." With that, he drained his goblet, threw it aside, and walked toward the exit. Sunny, Effie, and Kai glanced at each other, then followed along. No matter who it was that had come to the sanctuary, they were currently enjoying the sorcerer's hospitality, so the identity of the new arrival concerned them too. Who could have affected Noctis that much? Or was the change he had spoken about the real reason for this strange behavior, while the appearance of a guest just happened to coincidence with it? They were going to find out soon. Together, the four of them three awakened, and an immortal saint crossed the garden of the sanctuary and walked between the ancient menhirs to the field of grass beyond. There, an elegant figure waited for them, dressed in an austere black garment. It was a young woman none of them recognized. The young woman was tall and slender, with pale skin and lustrous raven-black hair that moved gently in the wind. Her face possessed an almost otherworldly beauty to it, its lines full of solemn grace and splendor. However, that lovely face was blemished by a stark flaw. Her eyes were covered by a simple strip of black cloth, the same color as the dress she wore. The contrast between the austere black dress and the flawless white skin, between the softness of her captivating face and the severity of the crude blindfold, created a tantalizing, ominous, and slightly disturbing sight. However, Sunny was not paying attention to the young woman's sublime beauty or to her dress. Instead, his eyes were glued to a single detail. There was a leather belt tied around the beautiful stranger's slender waist, and on it hung a black scabbard. He recognized the hilt of the blade encompassed within in an instant. Quiet dancer, Cassie. For a moment, Sunny was overwhelmed by a feeling of profound, boundless relief. She was alive. Cassie was alive. All of them were. And now, despite all the dire trials of this harrowing nightmare, the four of them were finally reunited. It was as though a terrible weight that had been crushing his heart all this time, without him knowing, was suddenly lifted. Sunny felt Effie's grip on his horns grow tighter, and glanced at Kai to see that the young man's eyes were shining behind the wooden mask. The two of them had recognized Cassie, too, and were sharing in his glee. However, a moment later, Sunny's elation was gone. He remembered how and why they appeared in this field of grass to meet Cassie, and looked at Noctis with concern. The sorcerer still had an ashen face, and unlike them, he did not have any warm feelings toward the blind girl. The situation was still strange and dangerous. As if sensing his gaze, Noctis frowned, then looked at the beautiful woman with a dark expression and asked coldly, "An eyeless of the Night Temple, isn't it terribly far for a blind priestess like you to travel south, all alone? Speak, girl. What do you want?" Cassie lingered for a moment, then bowed slightly. When she spoke, her unfamiliar voice sounded deep and pleasant. She said, "Greetings, Lord Noctis. I bring a message from my mistress, the one in the north." The sorcerer grimaced. "Oh yeah, what does that dreadful woman want from me?" The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then lowered her head slightly. "She doesn't want anything, Lord Noctis. My mistress, Lady of the North, blessed of the black skies, is dead." Noctis swayed slightly as if struck. He stared at Cassie with a pale face, then raised a trembling hand and silently grasped his neck. After a few moments he spoke again. "What are you talking? What is the message she sent exactly?" The blind girl was still looking down. Without raising her head, she answered evenly, "Just these 3 words, I am dead." The sorcerer scoffed. "It takes weeks to get from the Night Temple to the sanctuary on foot, if one can even make it alive. Was she dead when she sent you?" "Huh." Cassie silently shook her head. "No, she was alive." Noctis gritted his teeth in outrage. That woman so insufferable. If she knew she was going to die, she could have said more than 3 words at least. After everything we shared, she just had to be frustrating till the very end. Despite the sorcerer's irritated tone, Sunny could tell that Noctis was deeply aggrieved by the stunning news Cassie had brought, as if he had not been planning to kill the one in the north himself all along. The immortals were very strange people, indeed, but Sunny was stunned himself. One of the chain lords was already dead, just like that. After 1,000 years of solemn duty, someone had managed to kill the undying transcendent without alerting the other 4. Suddenly, a feeling of unease grasped his heart. If not one of the chain lords, then who could have killed the ruler of the Night Temple? Who else possessed one of the 7 knives? He knew of only one person. As if reading his thoughts, Noctis stared at Cassie and asked, his voice trembling with anger, "So who was it who killed her, Solvin or the Ivory Lord?" The blind girl slowly shook her head. "Neither. It was a creature that came from the fog," the sorcerer chuckled. "I see. So the ivory knife fell into the hands of one of those. She could have saved herself if she had only wanted, but she grew indifferent to things like that a long time ago, didn't she? That was her madness." Noctis remained silent for a while and then suddenly asked, his eyes glinting with his own madness, "So then the North is in disarray, the Night Temple is without a leader, and its army needs a new commander. Thousands of soldiers, hundreds of awakened warriors, all hoping to find someone to serve and protect their families." "Right." Cassie lingered for a moment, then shook her head again. "No," Noctis raised an eyebrow. "What? Why not?" She straightened, then answered simply, "They are also dead." The sorcerer blinked a couple of times. "Huh, who is dead?" The young woman remained still as she said, her voice calm and even. "Everyone. The soldiers, the priestesses, the awakened, the families. Everyone is dead, and the northern reach stands empty. The creature took them all." Chapter 680. Lost and found. Everyone seemed stunned into a grave silence by these words. Even Noctis, who must have heard and seen a lot during his long life. Frozen, Sunny stared at Cassie, his lightless pupils narrowing into 2 vertical slits. Everyone was dead. Everyone had Mordred, slaughtered an entire region. Thousands of people, or even tens of thousands. Mundane humans awakened, ascended, even the transcendent Lady of the North herself. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Sunny knew, of course, that the Prince of Nothing, the owner of the friendly voice he had heard once, in the darkness of a bottomless abyss, was formidable, and would have grown more formidable still after being sent into the body of a terror. He also knew that Mordred was not completely of sound mind, and that the influence of hope would have only exacerbated that subtle fissure. But a slaughter on such scale, he had never even thought that Mordred would be capable of committing something like that. And why? What goal was the banished prince pursuing? He was never cruel without a cold and calculated reason, or at least he had not been in the past. Every monstrous act that Mordred had perpetrated before was full of perverse but deliberate practicality. How could something like that be practical? Even forming a 7th corps would not have demanded a hecatomb of that magnitude. Sunny really did not know how to feel. On one hand, the news of a chain lord's demise was beneficial for his plans. In that sense, the Prince of Nothing had already accomplished more to conquer the nightmare than the 4 of them combined. But on the other hand, Sunny just couldn't help but feel uneasy about it, about Mordred. What was the Son of Valor planning? His thoughts were interrupted by Noctis, who let out a deep sigh. "Everyone is dead. I barely remember the last time something like that happened. But when I was young, at the dawn of the Age of Heroes, Things like that were rather common. You wouldn't remember, I guess. That is what happens when human champions grow unfit for their duty. He looked away with a dark expression, and then added in a grim tone, "And we, the champions of this kingdom, have been unfit for quite a while now, if the lords can even be called champions still. Come to think of it, I am surprised that this had not happened sooner." He sighed again, then shrugged and turned to Cassie, seemingly having no desire to elaborate on this strange statement. "Thank you for delivering this message, girl. If everyone in the north is dead, that makes you the last one then." The blind woman lingered for a moment, then nodded. Noctis pursed his lips. "Ah, well, I am very sorry. For what it is worth, you are welcome to stay here in my sanctuary. This is a place for those who are lost, lonesome, and have nowhere else to go. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything." He turned away, as if losing any interest in the conversation, but at that moment Cassie suddenly spoke. "Actually, there is indeed something that I need." The sorcerer stopped, then looked at her with a slight frown and asked with a bit of surprise, "Really? Oh, then tell me. I am sure I'll be able to help." The beautiful young woman placed a hand on the hilt of her rapier and then said, her voice deep and pleasant, "I am looking for my friends. I wonder if you would be able to help me find them, Lord Noctis." Noctis blinked a couple of times, then glanced at Sunny, Kai, and Effie with a strange expression on his face. Finally, he answered in a cautious tone, "Of course, gladly, but, do you perhaps not know how your friends look, where they are, and what they are called? If so, finding them will be difficult." Cassie tilted her head, remained silent for a few moments, and then answered with a bit of confusion, "Why would I not know? I am looking for a four-armed demon, a cripple with a grating voice, and a little girl. Their names are Sunless, Nightingale, and Raised by Wolves. They should be here in your sanctuary, my lord, or at least visited it not too long ago." Noctis smiled radiantly. "You would, wouldn't you? Not knowing something like that would be very strange. Gods, finally, someone normal. A four-armed demon, you say? A four-armed. Four. Huh." The sorcerer's voice trailed off, and then he slowly turned to Sunny, seemingly struggling to say anything else. Before he managed to speak again, however, there was a sound of little feet pattering on soft grass, and a small figure collided with the young woman, hugging her with inhuman strength. "Cassie, you're alive." Despite the fact that the blind young woman could perceive several seconds into the future and had to have known that Effie was going to tackle her, a bewildered expression still appeared on her beautiful face. She remained frozen for a few seconds and then hesitantly lowered a hand to pat the little girl on the head. Yes, I am. I am happy to see you too, Effie." The little girl stared up at Cassie and then made a pouty face. "What the hell, Cassie? How is this fair?" Sunny was short but became tall, Kai was pretty but became hideous, and let's not talk about that, but you were pretty before and became even prettier now. The injustice. The young woman smiled gently and then tightly hugged the little girl. "Why, I think you became very pretty too." Noctis stared at all this, then looked at Sunny with an inexplicable expression. The immortal sorcerer hesitated for a couple of seconds and then cautiously asked, "Ah, Sunless. Is this beautiful priestess one of your friends too?" Sunny glanced at him and then raised the emerald amulet. "Yes, the last friend I wanted to find. Her name is Song of the Fallen." Noctis remained silent for a while, then looked away and mumbled in a barely audible whisper, "By the moon, I guess I really need to improve my friend-making skills. Otherwise, I would not be able to call myself the friendliest man in all of the Kingdom of Hope anymore." Hearing that, Sunny smiled. He had a reason to. Their small cohort was finally back together. Chapter 681. The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer Sunless in the Lonesome Land of Nightmares, Abridged, Volume Roman 3. Soon, the four of them were gathered in Sunny's room. There was plenty of food on the table and a kettle of fragrant tea. They had a peaceful meal, avoiding discussing anything important, but soon it was time to have a serious discussion. None of the four seemed too excited about the idea, perhaps because doing so would mean revisiting their experiences in the nightmare and opening up wounds that had barely any time to heal. There were a lot of invisible scars each of them was hiding. None of the four had survived these 3 months unscathed. Effie looked at her empty plate for a few moments and then sighed. Can't we just have a few days off before getting to work? The world won't collapse if we take a small vacation. I think. Sonny glanced at his friends, the bruised girl, the cripple with a disfigured face, and a beautiful young woman whose empty eye sockets were covered by a black cloth, and slowly shook his head. If we do, Noctis might grow impatient. I promise to give him an answer after I find my friends. He has already been gracious enough to abstain from killing me, putting my soul into a doll, or a mop, and ordering it to give him the knives, so we better not linger. Cassie turned her head slightly and asked, her deep, pleasant voice still sounding strange and unfamiliar. An answer? To what question? Sonny grimaced, then looked away. Right. All of you must have already understood what the conflict of this nightmare is. Hope, the demon of desire, Noctis, is preparing to rebel against the will of the gods, kill the other immortals, and break her chains. And we have to either help him achieve his goal or somehow prevent Hope from escaping. The former seems insane, but the latter seems impossible, considering that she is already able to influence the world from inside her prison. He shivered, grew silent for a few moments, and then added, each of the immortals represents, or rather, embodies one of Hope's eternal shackles. They can only be destroyed by one of the sun god's knives. I am in possession of 2 of the remaining 4 knives. Noctis knows where the 3rd is being kept, and the 4th one is in the hands of Solving, who will freely offer it to anyone who can grant her a worthy death. So, while his plan means going to war against 3 ancient saints, it is not entirely crazy. Just mostly so. Sonny sighed, poured himself some tea, and concluded, so we need to decide whether we want to help him in this craziness or not. Cassie nodded, seemingly not surprised by what he told them. Then she lingered for a moment and said, then first we need to share everything we learned about the nightmare while we were apart. The more information we possess, the better informed our decision will be. Sonny took a sip of his tea and shrugged. That was what he wanted to do as well. He studied the faces of his companions and then gripped the emerald amulet tighter. In that case, I will begin, I guess. Effie, Kai, and Cassie turned to him, trying not to show how curious they really were, and who could blame them. Out of the 4, Sonny's situation was indeed the most abnormal. He hesitated for a few moments and then spoke. As you might have noticed, the spell sent me into the body of a demon, a shadow demon, to be precise. I found myself far to the west, in the territory of the followers of war. Even worse, just seconds after coming to my senses, I stumbled upon a beautiful woman wearing red. That woman was Solving, the transcendent priestess of war god. She easily overpowered me but decided to keep me alive. Effie's eyes glistened when he mentioned Solving. Kai, too, seemed to be shaken by that revelation. After all, he had been an officer of the army that was embroiled in a bloody war against Solving's cult. To soldiers of the Ivory City, her name must have been synonymous with power, death, and horror. To them, Solving was as much of a person as she was an ancient, terrifying myth. Sonny's face grew dark. After that, I found myself in the Red Colosseum, an ancient theater built by Hope, which the warmongers had turned into a perverse temple of slaughter. There were thousands of nightmare creatures locked in its dungeons, as well as a few unlucky humans. Every day, we were forced to kill each other. Those who survived received the dubious honor of fighting against the warmongers themselves, and if we somehow prevailed, well, then we got to live another day just to repeat the whole process come dawn. He remained silent for a while and then added, 2 months, I spent 2 months in that purgatory. Of course, I would have succumbed to my wounds very fast if it wasn't for my partner. a captive young man from the Ivory City Elias. His healing aspect kept me alive, and I kept him alive in the arena. Together we endured the slaughter day after day, week after week. Still, our days were numbered, so I kept searching for a way to escape, and after 2 months I finally found it. Sonny touched the terrible scar on his neck and grinned. Turns out, all I had to do was to trick our ascended jailer into chopping my head off. Free of the collar, I killed him and then got Elias to attach my head back. Kai, who was in the middle of taking a sip of tea, spat it out. What? Effie only remained silent because she was in the process of choking on a pastry. Her eyes, however, were similarly wide. Even Cassie seemed stunned. Sonny chuckled. Ah, you see, that transcended priestess, Solvin, actually, I had already killed her once. She had been serving as the host body for a corrupted monster, the Fire Keepers, and I had slain in the dream realm to capture the wreck of Noctis's flying ship. That was where I received an enchanted armor that allows its wearer to stay alive for as long as they have essence. I also had means of regaining essence, and so I was able to survive without a head long enough for Elias to heal me. Effie finally managed to swallow her pastry and glanced at Kai with wild eyes. Kai, tell me he's lying, please. The young man blinked a couple of times, then solemnly shook his head. The little girl swore, then mumbled in a small voice, "Crazy bastard, he's crazy." Sonny shrugged nonchalantly. What? That wasn't even the craziest part. Anyway, Elias and I almost managed to escape the Red Colosseum, but at the last moment we were intercepted by Solvin, that cursed fiend. The smile disappeared from his face, and his black eyes flashed with cold hatred for a moment. She killed Elias, tore my heart out, and threw my body into the sky below. Luckily for me, this demon body has 2 hearts, which was why I didn't die immediately. Solvin either didn't know about that or did not care, thinking that the abyss would finish me off. But I survived and found my way back to the Isles, thanks to my memories. He sighed. I survived but was not in the best shape, either physically or mentally. My one remaining heart was not enough to keep this body going, so I was effectively dying, albeit slowly. I made my way south, planning to eventually reach our rendezvous point in the east. However, before I could, I stumbled upon Noctis on the southern island. Sonny smiled bitterly. That mad bastard was very happy to see me. He thought that fate had brought us together, and who knows, maybe it did. We made a deal. He and I, Noctis, would replace my missing heart, and I would learn the location of the glass knife from a terror that resided in the nearby fortress. That terror, you see, had belonged to one of the chain lords before had belonged to the shadow. So was there a better candidate to meet him than a shadow demon? He didn't speak for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. The problem was, the centuries of loneliness and being subjected to hope's poison had driven the creature mad. So it attacked me. That terror had power over dreams and nightmares, and he subjected me to a few hundred of those. In each one, I was horribly tortured, experienced unimaginable sorrow, and was eventually killed. Luckily, I had forgotten most of those nightmares, yeah. Most of them. Sonny took a sip of tea, then shook his head. Anyway, eventually, I escaped from the nightmares as well by breaking all of them and then killed the terror. Noctis replaced my heart as he had promised and brought me to the sanctuary. Here I met Kai, and we went to retrieve the glass knife and Effie from the temple of the Chalice, and here we are. He scratched the back of his head and then added thoughtfully, "Overall, I guess it could have been worse." Effie swore again and then shoved another pastry into her mouth. She chewed furiously and then hissed, sending crumbs flying across the table. What the hell could have been worse than that? Sonny stared at her for a moment and shrugged. I don't know, I could have been sent into a body of a worm, or even worse, a child. Chapter 682. The Red Sect. Effie stared at him with no amusement whatsoever on her childish face, which only made her attempts to appear serious look more comical. Then she scowled and said evenly, "Wanna die?" Sunny shook his head with a grin, then went into more detail about the things he had learned, including various pieces of information he had gleaned in the nightmares, his experience with the warmongers, and his observations about Solvin and Noctis. When he was done, there was silence for a while. The others were digesting all the information he had shared with them, full of thought. Well, everyone except Effie. The somber silence was soon broken by the sound of loud chewing. The little girl swallowed a piece of meat pie, then blinked a couple of times, noticing that everyone was staring at her. Finally, she wiped the oil off her lips and said, "What? I am a growing child, you know. I need to eat well to grow big." Then she wiped her oily fingers on the tablecloth and shrugged. "Well, anyway, I guess I'll go next." The little girl glanced at Sunny, made a face, and turned away. "There's not much to tell, anyway." My 3 months in the Temple of the Chalice were not at all as exciting as Sunny's wild misadventures, although her face suddenly grew dim and dark. They weren't very pleasant either. Effie sighed, lingered for a few moments, and spoke in a somber tone. "Basically, I was sent into the body of one of the Red Sect's younger disciples, an orphan girl who had been entrusted to the maidens, for better or worse, but mostly worse. As I already said, their teachings had grown cruel and perverse over the centuries. Now that I know about how hope is manipulating everyone's desires, I finally understand why. That Solvin, she had been raised in the Red Sect too, a long time ago. The difference is she managed to escape, but we didn't." The little girl trembled. "I ran away once early on and managed to make it to the Iron Hand Island, but I was caught, and the punishment. At the time, they already knew that nothing they did to me would make me obedient, so they punished the others in my stead. After that, well, I did not try to escape again, at least while the other girls were still alive." Effie grew silent for a bit, then shrugged. "So it was pretty boring. Just endless training, battle training, essence training, body conditioning, and all that stuff. How to endure pain, how to endure fear, how to steel your will. How to be a perfect, merciless, lethal vessel of war. Of course, they were very inventive in their lessons. What better way to teach someone to endure pain than to torture them to the brink of death, or over it if the pupil is weak?" The little girl's face turned distant. In the end, everyone turned out to be weak, except for me. She took a bite out of her piece of meat pie, chewed it slowly, and then said, "One time they put me in a coffin and buried me alive for a few days, to teach me how to conquer the fear of darkness. These wretches, who said that I was afraid of darkness to begin with, so stupid. But mostly it was just combat training. They trained us ruthlessly. There's a lot you can achieve with a few awakened healers and no regard for whether your disciples survive or not. If we broke a bone, the healers would put it back together and order us to continue. If we bled too much, well, you get the idea." Effie shook her head. "The thing was, though, that I was getting it even worse than the rest. The girl whose body I took had the misfortune of awakening at a very young age, you see. So the maidens saw her as their promised chosen one, a prodigious warrior fated to slay Solvin and wash away the humiliation she had visited upon the sect, to avenge her sin and sacrilege. So they worked me harder than anyone else." The little girl looked away, then sighed. "The weirdest part was that all the vile crap they did to us was done without any hint of hatred, malevolence, or bad intentions. On the contrary, the older maidens treated us like their little sisters when they were not torturing and killing us, of course. My teacher, Hilda, I think she thought of me as her own daughter. She cared. A lot of good it did in the end." She hesitated for a moment and then grimaced. "Well, anyway, eventually I was the only one left. Actually, I think they went harder on the other girls because of me. My presence reignited their fervor, I think. After everyone else died and the maidens had nothing else to hold over my head, I started planning my escape. I had no idea if I would survive it, but luckily, before I had the chance to find out, Sunny and Kai came and obliterated the whole sect. Cheers. Thanks, by the way." She nodded at them and then stuffed her mouth with another piece of the pie, clearly unwilling to say anything else. Everyone remained silent until Cassie leaned over and put her hand on the little girl's shoulder, gripped it softly and said, "You did well, Effie. You did well to survive." Effie looked down, sighed, and then said darkly, But this time I didn't just want to survive. I wanted to save a few people too. But I failed. Who cares, though? I am really way too old to be this sentimental. Or maybe that hope already did a number on my brain. This is just a nightmare after all." Hearing a little girl proclaiming that she was too old to feel grief would have been funny if it wasn't so sad. No one said anything until Kai leaned back and sighed. Then his grating voice resounded in the stone room, sending shivers running down Sunny's spine. "Well, in that case, I guess it is my turn. My story is not that long, though. I didn't do much." He glanced at his hands with skin that had been replaced by polished tree bark, remained silent for a bit, and then added, "I only fought a dragon, and lost." Chapter 683. To kill a dragon. Kai remained silent for a while and then let out a heavy sigh. He looked away, picked up his charred wooden mask and stared at it for a few moments, then finally spoke. "I was sent into the body of a centurion of the Sun Legion, the army of the Ivory City. The city, you must have seen it when we entered the nightmare, rising from the ashes as the time flowed in reverse. It is a wondrous place. Beautiful, peaceful, and full of life, with people who are warm, kind, and care deeply for their neighbors. Dozens of flourishing islands, all connected into a single whole by the aerial bridges and arching aqueducts built of white stone." The young man paused, grimaced, and took a sip of honey tea to smooth his aching vocal cords. Then he glanced at the mask again, lingered for a moment, and continued, "At least that was what I thought at the start of it. Looking back, I was terribly naive. But it was so easy to be misled by how the Ivory City and its people appeared, especially by the stark contrast between the splendor of that enchanting facade and the barefaced vileness of those who wished to destroy it. The merciless, mad killers, warmongers." Kai shook his head. "The people of the Ivory City are just like those we know in the waking world. They have the same values, the same ideals, the same regard for decency and human life. Now that I say it aloud, I realize they might be doing much better than us in that regard. My point is that they seemed nice. Their city was like a beautiful paradise, like a place that all human cities should strive to be. Was it so unexpected, then, that in this nightmare there was someone who wanted to destroy it?" His eyes grew dim. The followers of the Cult of Glory, on the other hand, were exactly like what one would imagine the forces of evil to be. Merciless, cruel raiders that worshipped war, slaughter, and bloodshed, killing simply for the sake of killing. Their perverse fate, their zealous belief that by destroying the lives of innocent people they were delivering the gift of salvation to their victims. Murderers and madmen, each and every one of them. So you might understand why I was blinded to the truth for a while." The young man took another sip of tea, then put down the mask and looked at them with a dark expression. "In my naivete, I came to believe myself to be a hero of a grim fairy tale, a noble warrior tasked with protecting a beautiful paradise from the tide of evil. I mistakenly considered the fate of the Ivory City to be the true conflict of the nightmare, and so convinced myself that protecting it was what we had been sent here to do. Unable to abandon my duty and reluctant to become a deserter, I remained with the Sun Legion, thinking that sooner or later you guys will join me." Kai looked down and sighed heavily, and so very soon I became known as a hero of the Legion. His disfigured face contorted for a moment, but then the young man restrained his emotions and smiled bleakly. "I know that fact might sound surprising. Unlike the rest of you, I have never been a fearsome warrior. I have never been a dauntless leader of men as well. My only real act of bravery was facing the Spire messengers in the shadow of the Crimson Spire, and even then, I only survived because of Cassie. So, I was very surprised to find myself gaining fame and renown as a fearless battle commander. Kai looked at them, lingered for a moment, and then said with uncertainty, "The war between the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, you see, has been going on for centuries. Its bloody tides come and go like those of the sea. Sometimes only small skirmishes and raids happen for decades, and sometimes there are terrible battles happening every day. Sometimes only mundane soldiers and awakened officers fight each other, and sometimes ascended champions appear to sow devastation on the battlefield. Sometimes even the transcendent lords descend." He paused for a few moments, took a sip of tea, then continued in a neutral tone. "At the time, I found myself in the center of a sudden shift from a prolonged period of relative calm to the start of a massive offensive by the warmongers. And very early on, I discovered an unexpected truth." He glanced at them, thought for a second as though carefully choosing his words, and said, "You see, I was always under the impression that warriors of this mythical era, when gods were still alive and magic permeated the world, were infinitely more knowledgeable, powerful, and proficient in battle than we, humans of the waking world, are. But as it turns out, that is not so. Maybe a long time ago, during what they call the Age of Heroes, they had been. But now most of them are far less deadly than we have become, at least those of us who had been forged and tempered by the Forgotten Shore." Sunny raised an eyebrow, surprised by that statement. Noticing his expression, Kai tilted his head a little. "Nightmare creatures are nowhere near as numerous here as they are in the future. There is no spell, no nightmares, no trial of the dream realm, no gates. Unlike them, each of us had been forced into a life of bloodshed and conflict, thrown against unimaginable horrors with no choice to retreat or surrender. The spell might be a cruel teacher, but its vile lessons seem to be morbidly effective. Grow stronger or die, there is no other way for us. So, most awakened from the real world would have experienced more strife and battle encounters than an average awakened warrior of this time period." He sighed and then added somberly, "That was why even I, despite my humble aspect and lacking battle prowess, was able to stand out. I led my soldiers to victory, keeping them alive through the sudden attack by a large force of the warmongers. And then, I kept them alive through the rest of the campaign, wreaking havoc on the enemy anywhere my centuria appeared." Kai grew quiet for a long time, and then added, his ugly voice suddenly sounding especially hoarse and grating, "And that was how I gained the attention of the radiant lord of my city of Severax, the Ivory Dragon." Chapter 684. "You must become a dragon." Kai poured more tea into his cup, then cradled it in his hands and looked away. He remained silent for a bit, then continued the ominous story. "After many weeks of battles and bloodshed, the warmongers were pushed back, and my centuria was recalled back to the Ivory City to rest and recuperate from the hardships of war. We were met by a jubilant crowd that showered us with rose petals and sang our names, my name, too, louder than all the rest. Ah, what a beautiful sight it was! Victorious, we returned home, and everything was well. For a while, we enjoyed the beauty of the city and the warm company of our fellow citizens." He took a sip, then shook his head slightly. "The more I explored the beautiful Ivory City, the more elated I was by its prosperity and its harmonious way of life. It seemed as though people there were all content and happy, treating others with sincere kindness, love, and respect. It was as though they didn't have a care in the world, and there was a reason for that. The people of the Ivory City could live this way and be this way because they were protected by the mighty dragon Severax, a true descendant of Sun God, their lord and protector." The young man shivered, then added in a hoarse voice, "The dragon protected them, provided for them, and guided them with his wisdom. It was because of him that the Ivory City was safe, sound, prosperous, and welcoming, why its citizens were so kind and happy. This was a paradise of his creation. Kai took a sip of tea and smiled sadly. Sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? Ah, but it was. I was just too slow to see it. He remained silent for a bit, then let out a long sigh. At first, I only felt it, a slight vague wrongness, as if something was off with these kind, happy, beautiful people, as if there was something hidden behind their sincere smiles. I dismissed it, thinking that it was just my prejudice speaking, a mindset that I brought with me from the waking world. But the more time I spent with them, the more strange details I started to notice, and soon a harrowing suspicion took hold of my heart. Kai looked at them, his face growing dark. A suspicion that there was madness hidden deep in their lustrous eyes, the same madness that the warmongers were infected with, albeit of a different shade. I had never felt as disturbed and afraid as when that thought first entered my mind. I was so afraid, in fact, that for a few days I closed my eyes to the truth and pretended that nothing was wrong. But the suspicion kept gnawing on my heart, and so I decided to investigate. It wasn't hard to confirm it. A bitter grimace contorted his hideous face. You see, as it turned out, the Ivory City was indeed prosperous, safe, and beautiful because of the dragon. Its people were indeed protected and provided for by the dragon. In return, the dragon only asked for one thing in return. The young man clenched the teacup, almost causing it to crack. To feed him. He gritted his teeth for a moment, then said quietly, to feed him with human flesh. 7 sacrifices had to be made to him every month from the ranks of the citizens, and the kind, warm people of the Ivory City were more than happy to provide. Ecstatic, even. Being devoured by the dragon was considered to be a sacred honor, and having a loved one chosen as a sacrifice was a cause for celebration. The young man grew silent, then said hoarsely, the dragon never dictated who had to be fed to him, but the people of the Ivory City wanted above all else to please the dragon, and so they always chose the best and the brightest, the most beautiful, the most talented, the most innocent, the most desirable. And there we were, young heroes who had just returned from a triumphant war. The month was up, and so they chose me and 6 of my most brave and loyal soldiers. Kai smiled bitterly. What a reward! The sight of them was the most disgusting thing I have ever seen. Parents surrendering their children to death with zealous smiles, husbands sending their wives into the dragon's maw with wild joy, friends and neighbors singing and laughing as they led their fellow humans to be eaten by a hungry beast. Only little children did not share in their glee. They cried when their mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters were torn away from them, not understanding what was happening. But the crying children were punished and taught a harsh lesson about how repugnant their behavior was. He grimaced, then put his cup down and looked away. The whole city was insane. Perhaps one could argue that a few dozen souls a year are a small price to pay for a paradise. But what is a paradise built on blood worth? Worthless. It's worthless. And even if it's not, at least the wretches could have made the sacrifice without the ghoulish joy. Without the songs and the zeal and the kind, warm, sincere smiles on their beautiful faces. Kai took a deep breath, remained silent for a while, and then shrugged dismissively. Anyway, we were brought to an island that bordered the ivory tower itself and chained to a white cliff. The jubilant crowd disappeared, and soon after that, we heard the rustle of mighty wings. The dragon landed in front of the cliff, as majestic and fearsome as he was in the legends. A great beast with beautiful ivory scales and radiant golden eyes that were full of wisdom, nobility, and inhuman intelligence. Effie was listening with wide eyes, biting her fingers. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and asked in her soft, childish voice, "How the hell did you survive? Why didn't the dragon's flames kill you?" A sad smile appeared on Kai's disfigured face. How did I survive? Oh, that was simple, really. When Severax appeared, I broke my chains and shielded my comrades, ready to defend them until my last breath. Seeing this, the dragon, he spoke to me. His smile slowly disappeared, replaced by an expression of anger, shame, and regret. You must have already guessed that Ivory Dragon Severax is also Sevras, the Ivory Lord, one of the Hope's eternal shackles, a transcendent whose transformation ability allows him to turn into a dragon. He is a human. Or at least was a human once, a long time ago. And so he spoke to me. The young man sighed. He was amused by my reaction. We spoke, and what he told me, it broke me a little, I think. You see, I had it all wrong. The dragon, he had never once asked the people of the Ivory City to sacrifice anyone or anything to him. They had invented the story themselves and chose the number of the victims themselves and started bringing him sacrifices of their own free will. Because doing so made them feel as though they were binding themselves to the dragon, that they were becoming a part of the dragon and so were of the dragon and safe from him. Kai shook his head. Severax, Sevras, he had lost a part of himself a long time ago, I think. He told me that in the beginning he wanted to be a good lord for the people, someone whom they could see and whom they could strive to become. And so he rarely appeared in his transcendent form before them. But as centuries passed, he noticed that people were disturbed by his human face and were only at peace when he came as a dragon, as if they needed him to be something else, something greater than them. And so, after a while, he abandoned his human form completely. And not long after that, the sacrifices began. The young man lingered for a few moments and then continued. I asked him to spare our lives, but he refused. He told me that he had never accepted an unwilling sacrifice and I was free. But the other 6, it was as though they were in a trance or had gone mad. They didn't even try to save themselves. No matter how I begged him to spare them, he refused. This was what his people desired, what they needed. They might have not been bound to him, but he was bound to them, burdened by them. And so, when nothing else worked, I foolishly tried to stop him. He smiled bitterly. But how could I defeat a dragon? I am not a dragon myself, after all. He swatted me to the ground with one swipe of his tail, breaking my ribs and almost killing me. But I did not die, instead, paralyzed. I watched as he turned his head, opened his maw, and turned my soldiers into ash with one immolating breath. Kai grew silent, his face unmoving. After a while, he spoke again. Overwhelmed with anger, grief, and despair, I screamed at him, cursing him, swearing that I will tell everyone the truth, that I will make them realize, that I will make them change. But he just looked at me tiredly and said that I will see. And then the ivory dragon was gone, leaving me alone on the empty island. He looked down. I was too injured to move and spent the rest of the night in the throes of pain. In the morning, the citizens of the Ivory City came. When they saw that I was alive, a pale smile appeared on his hideous face. They were stunned, scared, and angry, and so they built a pyre, tied me to a stake, and burned me. No matter what I tried to say, no matter how I tried to make them understand, they wouldn't listen. They only grew more scared and hateful. The dragon, he had been right. He had told me the truth. I saw. Kai picked up his tea, took a sip, and looked away. My bindings broke before I died, and so, horribly burned, I shot into the sky like a spark. I flew away from the city and somehow survived. Crippled and heartbroken, I slowly made my way east, finally reaching the Iron Hand Island and then the sanctuary where Sunny eventually found me. Lord Noctis had replaced my burned skin and damaged muscles with enchanted wood and tree bark, and here I am, as good as new. He sighed, looked at them, and smiled. Luckily, I had friends that helped me pick myself up. You guys. I'll do whatever it is you decide to do. But if there is one thing I want to say, it is this. If Noctis wants to kill Lord Severax and end the dragon's reign, I would be happy to lend a hand. Chapter 685. Temple of the Night. When Kai was finished with his story, everyone remained silent for a while. Eventually, The young man sighed and stretched out his hands, which were covered in polished bark and looked more like those of one of the sailor dolls than those of a human. He moved his fingers and then smiled lightly. Noctis did a wonderful job of healing my wounds. Just as he had said, some of the pain remains, but I am as strong and capable as I had been before. No, even more so, these enchanted limbs he gave me are much more sensitive to soul essence, and so, they are more durable and powerful than my own flesh had been. I also collected a few memories during my time in the Sun Legion. Overall, my battle prowess has increased a lot since we entered the nightmare. Not to mention the experience I earned and the lessons I was taught. Whatever comes, I am ready. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then let out a low growl. What about the other transcendent of the Ivory City, the Sun Prince? Have you met him? Kai frowned and made a vague gesture with his hand. Yes, I think. The Sun Prince is supposed to be a brother of Severax. Among the people, it is believed that his soul resides inside the metal colossus that guards the Ivory City and sometimes leads the Sun Legion into battle. I've seen him once from afar, and to be honest, I am not quite sure if that thing is sentient or not. He hesitated for a bit, and then added, You've seen him too. I think that it is his corpse that swings beneath the shipwreck island, tangled in the chain, although I can't quite imagine what kind of force could have destroyed that implacable giant. He is at least 90 meters tall, with a body cast out of solid steel and nearly invincible. He is also not a living creature, really, and so can't be killed by wounding or damaging his body. Sunny remained silent for a bit and then said, There is nothing that can't be killed or destroyed, not even the gods. So then, 3 of the Chain Lords are accounted for in the future. We've seen the bones of the dragon Severax on the Ivory Island, and both his brother and Solving found their doom near the wreck of Noctis' ship. But what exactly happened? How did they fall, and how did Hope escape? What happened to Noctis himself as well as the one in the north? How was the Ivory City destroyed? How did the tower break free of its chains? No one answered, as perplexed as he was. After some time, Cassie finally spoke. I am not sure what happened. But I know one thing: because of our arrival, it is happening faster. They turned to her, and after a moment of silence, Sunny asked, Yours is the last story left. And to be honest, it is the story I am interested in hearing the most, because it concerns the 5th awakened sent here by the spell. Mordred, he found a way to enter the seed with us, didn't he? Cassie sighed heavily and turned her head away. After a while she said, Yes, he did. The blind young woman remained silent for a few moments, gathering her thoughts, and then faced them again. Unlike what happened to the 3 of you, my arrival into the nightmare was not too harrowing, at least not at the start. I was sent into the body of a young priestess whose duty was to tend to the high priestess of the Night Temple, the one in the north. In this era, the Night Temple still belongs to the cult of the goddess of the black skies of Storm God, the deity of darkness, stars, and guidance. And so no light is allowed on the temple's premises. She touched her blindfold briefly, then slowly lowered her hand. The acolytes spend long years living in the darkness and blind themselves before becoming priestesses. For that reason, they are known as the eyeless. Many of the eyeless are seers and possess powers of prophecy and divination. For most, becoming a blind priestess inside a lightless temple would have been a terrible trial. But for me, it was strangely soothing. To find myself among those similar to me, in a place where my blindness wasn't an aberrant oddity but instead a choice. A pale smile appeared on her lips. However, it was my lady that I found the most comfort in. The one in the north, the Oracle of the Night. She was not unkind. She treated me well enough, and I have learned a lot from her knowledge and wisdom. However, just like the rest of the Chain Lords, she was being consumed by an insidious madness. Hers was the madness of apathy. Over the centuries, my lady grew indifferent to most things happening in the world, or even to herself. That was why she needed attendants, and I was one of them. The smile slowly disappeared from Cassie's face. That didn't mean that she was powerless or without responsibility, though. All of the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope were under her authority and protection. There were many villages and several towns full of mundane humans who relied on the Night Temple for safety and guidance. For that reason, the one in the north ruled not only over the blind priestesses, but also over a small, but fearsome army comprised of both mundane warriors and awakened. She sighed slightly. Their numbers might not have been as large as those of the armies of the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, but due to their prowess and my lady's prophetic gift, the North was never attacked by either. The people rarely suffered from the nightmare creatures as well. Cassie grew silent and a scowl slowly appeared on her beautiful face. But as the one in the north grew more and more indifferent, that slowly started to change. Still, when I found myself in the Night Temple, things were still more or less fine. Her scowl deepened and her face grew dark and despondent. The blind young woman lingered and then said in a grim voice, "Until they weren't." Chapter 686. Creature of the Fog. It was getting late, and darkness crawled into the stone room, drowning its corners in shadows. Cassie sat motionlessly, the graceful lines of her beautiful face contorted by a deep scowl. Then, a heavy sigh escaped from her lips. It started soon after I entered the nightmare, but no one paid it much attention at first. There were just strange rumors that reached the temple, resembling scary stories that people like to tell each other when the sun is gone and darkness envelops the world. Rumors of a pleasant voice that came from the fog. She gritted her teeth for a moment. Perhaps if my lady's affliction was not as severe, we could have done something then. After all, in this world, scary stories often come true. And this one was more ominous than the rest because it had to do with the fog. The Night Temple stands at the boundary of the Hollow Mountains, after all, and of the mist that shrouds them. But she was distant and uncaring, and so we have grown aloof too. Cassie somberly shook her head, then continued, her low, deep voice enveloping the room and her three listeners. As time went by, the rumors started to change. They grew more menacing and dire, telling tales of people who listened to the fog and disappeared without a trace. At that point the eyeless grew concerned, suspecting that a corrupted creature had found its way into their land. Many of them possessed a high affinity to revelation after all, and they could feel it. Unease, threat, danger. So a priestess was sent to investigate, escorted by a squad of experienced awakened soldiers, and at the same time it was decided that a divination will be performed. She lingered for a moment. The divination showed no result, and the priestess, she failed to return with useful clues. In fact, she did not return at all. She and her escort disappeared without a trace, as though they had never existed. Just like the people from the rumors, only by then no one thought of them as mere rumors anymore. The blind young woman shivered, then said in an even voice, "Finally, we became alarmed. The army was summoned and many hunting parties were sent out to find the creature. Mundane soldiers, awakened warriors, ascended champions, the eyeless, everyone was determined to catch the abomination. But despite all our efforts, we failed. How could we catch the fog?" Cassie's face darkened. And all the while, people continued to disappear. First 1 or 2 at a time, then scores of them, and then, one day, we found a whole village that stood empty, not a sign of its inhabitants in sight. Everyone there, every man, woman, and child was taken by the fog. She grew silent for a few moments, then added grimly. And then hunting parties started to disappear too. Powerful, experienced soldiers. We even lost and ascended. The worst part, however, was that there was no pattern to the creature's movements, at least none that we could recognize. It could attack a settlement far to the west one day, and then suddenly take someone far to the east the next. It was almost as if it could be in several places at the same time. Because of that, we couldn't throw all our forces into one location and corner it on a single island. And so, we constructed a trap for it. All we needed was a lure, and I volunteered to become one. The blind young woman shook her head. Of course, back then, I didn't know that the fiend of the fog was far more cunning and devious than any nightmare creature I have ever faced. But I found out very soon, because that was when I met him again. And as soon as I did, I realized that what we thought of as a trap for the fiend was, instead, a trap that the Prince of War lured us in instead. Cassie gritted her teeth. Because while our forces were concentrated to form the encirclement, most of the northern reach remained unprotected, and so, left without defenders, one of the towns was taken by the fog. 1,000 souls gone, slaughtered. A deep scowl appeared on Sunny's face. He leaned forward, piercing her with an intense gaze. What? How? If he was engaged in a battle with the forces of the Night Temple, how did the bastards simultaneously attack the settlement? She lingered for a while, then said with a hint of uncertainty, "That Mordred, he was not how he had been in the future. He had grown weaker somehow, as if he did not possess 6 soul cores anymore. But instead there were 5 strange creatures helping him, like the lesser versions of the one you had killed on the Reckoning Island. While we fought the prince himself, the 5 creatures attacked the town that we had left unprotected, slaughtering every human who lived there." Sunny leaned back, stunned. What? 5 of them, 5 reflections. Did he tear his soul apart to create them, granting each a single soul core? Suddenly, a frightening thought entered his mind. No, this can't be. Divine aspect holders like Mordred and him followed a slightly different path than the rest of the awakened. Unlike those with aspects of a lesser rank, they could create 7 soul cores by absorbing fragments, whether of souls or shadows, didn't matter. But there was still a limit to the number of cores they could create, and to grow more powerful after that, they had to challenge nightmares like everyone else. So Mordred's slaughter did not make any sense. He had already been a terror in the future after all. Creatures, however, followed a path that was different entirely and almost reversed. By absorbing fragments, they did not create new soul cores. Instead, they rose in rank like Saint, for example, who had to consume shadow fragments from memories in order to ascend. If Mordred's reflections were the same as Saint, if they only needed a certain quantity of fragments to rank up, then there was no limit to how many fragments they could devour, and no end to their growth, not until they reached the mythical divine rank. So if the Prince of Nothing sacrificed 5 of his 6 soul cores to create 5 awakened beasts, then what was their rank now, after consuming thousands upon thousands of souls? Chapter 687. Oracle of the Night. Effie and Kai seemed like they had some questions, but they chose to remain silent, at least for now. Of course, they knew who Mordred was and had a general impression of his powers. Sunny and Cassie had described their experience in the Night Temple to them in enough detail, so that their friends, as well as the Fire Keepers, knew what they would be facing should they cross paths with the Prince of Nothing. However, even Sunny himself had only a vague understanding of how Mordred's aspect functioned, and so did Cassie. So hearing how powerful he had grown in the nightmare was a shock to him. The mirror beast was a devil. Had it been created as such, or had it earned more cores in battles with powerful nightmare creatures, as Saint did? If it is the former, then does it mean that Mordred was more than a terror once? He had many reflections before Clan Valor imprisoned him, too. Gods, just what kind of a menace Anvil's firstborn was in the past? And more importantly, just how dangerous was he going to become in the future? His somber thoughts were interrupted by Cassie, who spoke again after remaining silent for a while. In any case, destroying Mordred's body was not too hard. He appeared wearing the body of the priestess who had been first sent to find him anyway. But of course, doing so was useless because he could just take another. In the chaos of the battle, I couldn't explain what dire powers the enemy possessed to the forces of the Night Temple, and more than that, She shook her head somberly. In the moment, I was not sure that it would have been the right thing to do. Was I meant to help the inhabitants of the nightmare slay one of the awakened from the waking world? Were we not supposed to be allies? No matter how vile Mordred was, and despite what had happened between us in the past, here in the nightmare, both he and I were meant to pursue the same goal. The blind young woman sighed. So, after a bloody battle, Mordred escaped our trap and disappeared. Soon after that, we learned of the massacre that had taken place while we were distracted by his deceit, and after witnessing the desolate town that his reflection had slaughtered, I was disabused of the notion that he and I were the same in any way. Sadly, by that time it was already too late. Cassie lowered her head, then continued quietly. After feasting on the souls of the town's inhabitants, the reflections became much more powerful. Mordred was not bound by the necessity to stay hidden anymore as well. His attacks grew much more frequent and devastating, and the number of his victims started to grow with chilling speed. The more people he killed, the more dangerous he became. He was not invincible, of course. Among the awakened serving the Night Temple, there were a lot of those who possessed means to contain him, especially the eyeless who, like me, were immune to his possession. But Mordred knew that as well. And so he went after those who could threaten him first. She paused for a moment, her face growing solemn. Eventually, those who were still alive, at least became so terrified that they left their homes and fled to the Night Temple, hoping that the High Priestess would protect them. The army and the priestesses grew desperate as well. We begged the one in the north to intervene. She was a transcendent and an oracle without an equal after all. And despite her indifference, my lady promised to face the creature herself. That day, people were so relieved that they held a grand celebration. Cassie remained silent for a while, and then continued, her voice growing sad and wistful. While everyone was celebrating, however, my lady summoned me in secret and asked me to deliver a message to her old friend, Lord Noctis in the east. Just 3 words, "I am dead." She paused for a moment and turned away, her beautiful face growing still. I was appalled, of course. What about her immortality? What about all these people whom she promised to protect? She smiled sadly and told me that they were all dead as well, and that it was better that way. A heavy sigh escaped from Cassie's lips. I left the next morning and made my way south all alone. Traveling through the wilderness of the Kingdom of Hope, blind and without anyone's help, was not easy, but I managed to survive somehow. Whether by luck or due to the one in the north protecting me, Mordred never intercepted me. I had to face a few powerful nightmare creatures, though, as well as other dangers along the way. I overcame these obstacles and eventually reached the sanctuary, and on the day that I arrived, I finally felt it, the sudden change. A dark expression appeared on her face. My lady had died, and another flaw was added to Hope's prison. The approaching disaster was accelerated even more. You know the rest. For a moment, Sunny could sense a hint of profound sorrow in Cassie's voice, but then it disappeared, and the blind young woman smiled. So now, I guess we know enough to make a decision about whether or not to support Noctis in his war against the rest of the Chain Lords. He frowned and then said in a grim tone, "There is one thing we don't know, though, something that can potentially change everything. Mordred, what is his goal? What is he going to do when the 4 Chain Lords go to war?" Cassie hesitated and slowly shook her head. "That I don't know. He must have realized the nature of the nightmare's conflict himself by now, or maybe he had always known it, through means that none of us can even guess about. He was the one who had sought out this seed, put the idea of seeking out the knives into our heads, and manipulated us into bringing him here after all. No matter what his goal is, though I doubt that he just wants to become a master, he is here for something else as well." Sunny remained silent for a bit, then let out a frustrated growl and turned away. "All right then. I guess it is time to choose our fate." Chapter 688. Big decision. No one spoke for a while before Effie finally broke the silence. I mean, it is not much of a choice, is it? Sure, going against 3 immortal saints does not seem like a picnic, but we already know that they had been defeated in the end somehow, so it is not impossible to do. And we don't even know what the alternative is. How do we ensure that Hope doesn't escape her prison? Kill Noctis? That would only delay the inevitable, since this whole damned place is already on the verge of collapse because of her influence. That Hope, she is scary. She hesitated for a moment, then asked with a bit of confusion. To be honest, I am not even sure what she is. What kind of a demon is powerful enough to drive a whole region mad? Is she unholy? Sunny sighed, then massaged his temples. No, if anything, she is divine. She is also not a demon, she is a demon. Demons were lesser deities of sorts who are said to have created themselves. They appeared out of nowhere, possessing powers that were similar to those of the gods but different. The spell has a weird tendency to never mention the word demon, though, for some reason. In any case, it seems that the gods and the demons eventually had a big, terrible war, and Hope's imprisonment and escape were a prelude to that war, I think. Effie listened to him without any particular expression, then said listlessly, "Oh, well, in that case, that just proves my point. Trying to keep a thing like her in chains, doesn't killing 3 immortal saints suddenly seem easy in comparison?" Kai moved slightly, and then his hoarse voice suddenly resounded in the stone room. "I think we are looking at it wrong. The question is not what should we do, it is what should be done, don't you think? Yes, there is no particular way in which a nightmare has to be resolved, but that doesn't mean that some resolutions cannot be right and some cannot be wrong. This land has been turned into hell by Hope, who is trying to escape her chains. Until she is released, that will not change." He leaned forward, frowned, and added somberly, "The Red Colosseum, the Ivory City, and all across the ruins of her kingdom, madness reigns, turning humans into wicked perversions of themselves. Sure, we can win by prolonging it, but should we? Would we be at peace with such a conclusion? You can call me naive, but I think that although the spell does not dictate what the challengers do in the nightmare, it still matters why we do it. We are still responsible for our actions and their consequences. So, I think that we need to do what is right." Sunny glanced at him and then asked, his voice harsh, "Who's to say what is right? How do you know that by releasing Hope, we won't be dooming everyone living here to an instant death? 1,000 years in chains, personally, I would have been a bit angry." Kai lingered for a moment, then shook his head. "You are right, I might not know what is right, but I do know what is wrong, and what I saw here was deeply, deeply wrong." Sunny stared at him for a bit, then shrugged. "Well, it's not like I disagree. In fact, I hate this place with a passion. I don't really care if Hope simply kills everyone either. As far as I'm concerned, the bastards deserve it." He waited for a few moments, then turned to Cassie. "What about you? You've been terribly quiet." The blind young woman hesitated for a while, then spoke evenly. "I am willing to do whatever you decide. I'll trust your judgment, Sunny." He frowned, studying her face with a dark expression. "Why, you don't have an opinion?" Cassie remained silent for a bit, then simply shook her head. Damnation. He knew, of course, why the blind girl was reluctant to speak. She must have seen something, a glimpse of the future that she did not want to share, knowing that it would affect their thinking, possibly informing the very event she wanted to happen or wished to avoid. Her own opinion was already compromised by that knowledge, and so Cassie had decided to remove herself from the decision completely. It seemed as though she had grown wary of her visions and the consequences of acting on them after the Forgotten Shore. "Damned oracles," Sunny sighed, then glanced at Effie and Kai. "Well, then there is not much to discuss. The 2 of you are keen to join Noctis, and I guess I am too. He might be a madman, but at least he is a madman we know. And I also sort of like the guy, despite the fact that he is a dishonest, lying, conniving, crazy, dastardly cheat. No one is perfect, you know." Effie giggled. Wow, it's almost as if he's reminding me of someone. Huh, now who might that be? Then she grinned at Sunny and asked, That's settled then. So should we go and deliver the good news to that dastardly cheat? You know about how he doesn't need to kill us and put our souls into home appliances. She seemed like she was ready to go, but Sunny stopped her with a hesitant gesture. This next part, he had thought about it a lot, not knowing if it was the right thing to do or a giant mistake. He was still not sure, but had a feeling that the decision he had made in the end was a correct one. At least it felt that way. In any case, there was no going back. Sunny remained silent for a bit and then glanced at his friends with a tense expression. Before we do, there is something I need to tell you. Effie and Kai stared at him with slight surprise written on their faces, while Cassie's eyebrows suddenly flew up. She already knew what was about to happen, of course. Kai looked at him and smiled. Oh. What is it? Sunny sighed, turned away, then faced them and shrugged. It's nothing too serious, just well to tell you the truth. He gripped the emerald amulet tighter and said, My flaw is that I can't lie. I have a true name which I received in my first nightmare. My aspect is of the divine rank. I have 3 soul cores, actually shadow cores, which technically makes me a demon. Hence this ugly body. I have already unlocked my aspect's legacy. I inherited the lineage of one of the 7 demons. Oh, and also, how do I say this? I might be Lord Mongrel. Sorry about that one, Kai. Chapter 689. Trust Effie, who was already standing up to leave, froze, then slowly sat back down. Kai dropped his wooden mask to the floor and stared at him with wide eyes. Even Cassie seemed a bit stunned, despite knowing most of the things he had just said already. A deathly silence settled in the room, and Sunny found himself being pierced by 2 dumbfounded gazes. He scratched his neck, then coughed awkwardly and looked away. Yeah, that's more or less all that I wanted to say, of course. The decision to reveal these secrets to his friends had not been an easy one. In fact, it went against everything that Sunny believed in. Every instinct in his body screamed that he was making a terrible mistake. But instinct was not always the best advisor. Otherwise, what was the point of having intelligence and the ability to think about your decisions? The fact of the matter was that Sunny had already done irreparable damage to his relationships once because of his untrusting nature. Back on the Forgotten Shore, he had kept his secrets a little bit too well, failing to understand how his deceptiveness would make others perceive him. Sure, he had a reason to behave the way he had. And yes, he had never really lied to his allies, simply withholding or manipulating the information a little to keep himself safe. But the others did not know about his reasons. All they knew was that their trust was never returned fully, and that he was full of secrets, discrepancies, and insidiously subtle ways to keep those secrets to himself. Sunny had never explained himself. And in the absence of an explanation, the misunderstanding was bound to inevitably take its place, perhaps to dire results. Who knew? If had been more open with Nephi's, she might have not considered him a liar, absorbing that false perception into her own forming self. Would things have ended differently then? Regardless, currently, Sunny knew both the aspects and, more importantly, the flaws of every member of the cohort. But they couldn't say the same. They revealed their weaknesses to him, but he held on to his own, failing to reciprocate this trust. For now, everything seemed fine, but that one-sided nature of their friendship was bound to fester in the future, and the small crack it created could grow in size, eventually destroying it. Plus, even Mordred knew his secrets. It would have been silly if the Prince of Nothing did, but Effie and Kai did not. Not to mention dangerous, so Sunny decided to take a leap of faith and put his trust in his friends. It had been a long time coming anyway, but damnation. Why did being honest with people feel so disgusting? What a loathsome sensation, curses, I'm all itchy. After a full minute of stunned silence, Effie finally spoke, her voice sounding uncharacteristically tame. Now hold on, wait a minute. She raised her small hand and showed one finger. Your flaw we sort of already had a general idea after spending so much time with you. It is still, wait, you can't lie at all. What? Sunny shrugged. I can't say a lie aloud, and I am compelled to answer any question asked of me truthfully, or at least to the best of my ability. He expected some sort of spicy question to follow immediately, but Effie remained silent, showing just how bewildered she was. Even her usual mischievousness disappeared. Instead, the little girl simply raised a second finger. All right, the true name, we sort of figured that out too. You seemed reluctant to share it for some reason, so Kai and I did not press. Sunny let out a heavy sigh, hesitated for a moment, then forced himself to speak. That has to do with an innate ability of my aspect. If certain conditions are met, it can make me vulnerable to those who know my true name. That is why I kept it a secret, and also put a lot of effort into appearing as weak and pathetic as possible, so that no one would even suspect that a weakling like me could possess a true name. His face grew a bit dim. Being considered a weakling is generally great because it makes enemies underestimate you. I'm more than fine with people thinking little of me. But after I started pretending, things got out of hand really fast. Effie blinked a couple of times, remained silent for a moment, and raised a third finger. Well, I guess that explains a few things. Now about Lord Mongrel we knew, of course. I mean, it was sort of obvious. At that point, both Kai and Cassie turned to her and spoke simultaneously. Kai seemed even more surprised than before. What? I didn't know. Cassie, meanwhile, seemed a bit confused. She asked hesitantly, I am sorry, but who is Lord Mongrel? Effie stared at them with a funny expression. What do you mean you did not know? You were the one who helped him buy that armor. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Wait, what armor? I helped the stone armor from the memory market. That dusty, ugly thing. No, it's not the same. The material is completely different. The fit, the design, Mongrel's armor is very chic, not at all like that cumbersome stone clunker. Sunny covered his face, then said somberly, the stone changes to a stone-like metal due to an enchantment. It was just broken and required an awaken to activate the restoration process. As for the fit, you do remember that memories adjust themselves to accommodate the owner's body, right? Hell, now that I have a tail, even it is armored when I summon the mantle. The young man stared at him with a lost expression, then leaned back on his chair. Oh, I see then. But I mean, no, never mind. Sunny massaged his temples. I never meant for Mongrel to get famous. I just wanted to practice swordsmanship in the dreamscape, and all good aliases were already taken. Who knew that a damned broadcaster would spread the clip of me dispatching him everywhere on the network? Oh, gods, and things only got worse after that. Effie looked at him, then at her 3 fingers, then made a little fist. But the rest, a divine aspect. What, do those even exist? 3 soul cores, a demon's lineage, what even is that? And what is next? Are you going to tell us that you have a divine memory or something? The little girl let out a nervous giggle and mockingly shook her head. Sunny stared at her for a bit, then cautiously cleared his throat. Well, actually, I have 2. Chapter 690. One question. Some time later, Sunny left the room, walked between the tall menhirs, and entered the sprawling garden of the sanctuary. The cohort had intended to talk to Noctis together, but after his bombshell of a revelation, the others needed some time to digest all the new information and decided to stay behind. Understandable. In truth, Sunny wanted to be alone for a few minutes as well. Although he felt that he had made the right decision, revealing his secrets was an uncomfortable experience. He felt as if an invisible weight had been lifted off his shoulders a bit, but also rattled and uneasy. He felt naked. Sunny could use a little solitude to gather his thoughts, too. After the initial shock, he had gone into more detail about his capabilities, explaining how a divine aspect worked and the circumstances of how he earned it. However, it was not like he knew a lot about this matter himself, so the conversation was not too long. It had helped the others better understand his powers, as well as that of Nephi's, and, most importantly, of Mordred. Now, they were as ready to face the Prince of Nothing as they could be, should a conflict with him happen. Additionally, due to everyone gaining deeper insight into Sunny's powers, their already profound synergy as a battle unit was bound to grow even more refined. Sunny kept a few things to himself as well. The difference was that if before there had been a strange dynamic between him and his friends, where they pretended to not know that he wasn't being entirely honest with them, and he pretended to not know that they knew, now, the existence of those white spots had been openly acknowledged by him. Effie and Kai understood that there were things he wasn't ready to share, and why he was reluctant to do so. They seemed to respect his wishes. All in all, it went surprisingly well. Walking through the beautiful garden which was illuminated by the pale light of the full moon, Sunny enjoyed the tranquil air of the sanctuary. At some point, however, a slightly disconcerting thought entered his mind. I wonder, was this decision of mine influenced, to some degree, by Hope's poison? If so, what deep desire of mine had she amplified to push me toward being honest with my friends for a change? Suddenly thoughtful, Sunny approached the door of the sorcerer's lair, waited patiently for the sailor dolls to open it, and walked inside. Maybe I was always. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and his hand shot to the side, ready to grasp the shaft of the cruel sight. Something was very wrong inside the dark hall. A thick, nauseating smell of blood invaded his nostrils, sending adrenaline coursing through his own. It surrounded him like a suffocating wave, as though a terrible massacre had just taken place in the immortal sorcerer's quarters. But Sunny did not see any corpses. The central chamber was just as he had left it the last time, empty of all furniture, with a vast circle of runes drawn on the stone floor. No, not entirely the same. The floor had cracked in several places, as though something was pushing at it from beneath, exerting devastating pressure on the ancient stones. Noctis was still in the center of the circle. One of his sleeves was rolled up, and there was a deep cut on his left wrist, a stream of blood running down his hand and falling down like a crimson ribbon. In his other hand, he held the diamond sickle. The sorcerer was surrounded by a shallow pool of blood, however, it somehow failed to touch the hems of his garments. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, noticing that the stone surface seemed to be slowly absorbing the blood. Then he gripped the emerald amulet and asked evenly, "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Noctis slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Sunny, and smiled brightly. Then, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening, he wiped the diamond sickle, hid it in the folds of his silk garment, and stooped up. "What? Of course not. I'm too young to die." Sunny gave him a dubious look. "Young? You are at least 1,000 years old." The sorcerer tilted his head, scratched his cheek with a thoughtful look, and then smiled even brighter. "What? Of course not. I'm too beautiful to die." Happy with himself, Noctis somehow made the cut on his wrist close, jumped over the pool of blood, and walked towards Sunny with a relaxed expression. "Come, this place needs to be aired, I think. The garden is nice and chill, though." Sunny threw one last look at the disappearing pool of blood. Did he imagine it? Or had the stone floor of the chamber trembled slightly just then? Shaking his head, he turned away and followed Noctis outside. Together they slowly headed for the altar island. Noctis seemed to enjoy the silence of the moonlit garden a lot. A minute or two later, though, he broke it with a carefree question. "So, what did you want to tell me? Have you and your friends come to a decision?" Sunny hesitated for a moment, then answered, "We did. We will help you free Hope." Noctis grinned. "Oh, wonderful." After that, he didn't say anything else. Sunny waited for a while, a little confused. They had already reached the white altar and sat down on a stone bench, enjoying the sight of the pristine lake with a pale circle of the moon reflecting on its calm surface. And yet the sorcerer seemed to lose his ability to speak. Slightly irritated, Sunny hesitated for a moment and then asked awkwardly, "So, Do you need me to give you the knives? Noctis looked at him with an easy smile and shrugged. Ah, no need. Keep them, Sonny's eye twitched. What do you mean, keep them? Wasn't the knives what you were after? The immortal sorcerer looked at the reflection of the moon, then waved a hand vaguely. We can deal with them when the time comes. Things will sort themselves out one way or another. He remained silent for a bit and then added, his smile slowly disappearing. Now that the one in the north is dead, things will start moving faster. The other chain lords are probably already in motion. Noctis sighed, then leaned back and looked up at the sky. We won't have as much time to prepare as I would have hoped. 2 months, perhaps, maybe even less. You and your friends should spend that time wisely. Once the end starts, we won't have an opportunity to relax like this until it's all over. Sunny grew silent, then looked at the tranquil lake. After a few moments, he said, We will help you, but I have some questions. Amused by that statement, Noctis laughed. You even have questions on a night like this. Sunless, you should learn how to enjoy yourself from time to time, take a moment and appreciate the world. Otherwise, what is the point in living? Sunny glanced at him with a deadpan expression. Do I look like someone who knows what the point of living is? Thanks for the advice, I'll take your words to heart, however, I still have questions. The sorcerer made a dour face and sighed. All right, one question. I'll answer one question. So think well before asking it. Sunny did not speak for a while, staring at the reflection of the moon. His face grew serious, deep shadows veiling his eyes. After several minutes spent in silence, he finally frowned, looked at Noctis, and said, Then tell me this one thing. Why did Sun God destroy Hope's kingdom? The immortal raised his eyebrows, then threw his head back and laughed. By the moon, of all the questions in the world, you just had to ask this one, didn't you? He shook his head and then looked away. Well, a deal is a deal, I'll answer. Like many others who tried to answer this question over the centuries. Some said that it was because she was a demon, others said that it was because she was too powerful, that she had grown too prideful, or that she had grown too radiant, outshining even the Lord of Light. But they were all wrong. In truth, at least what I think is the truth, Hope wasn't punished because she was too powerful, too prideful, or too radiant. He remained silent for a few moments and then sighed. It was because she was worshipped. Chapter 691. Heresy. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, absorbing what Noctis had told him. The altar island was calm and tranquil, the lake surrounding it shimmering in the darkness with the reflected moonlight. The branches of the ancient tree swayed gently above his head. Because she was worshipped, he snorted and looked away, feeling bitterly disappointed for some reason. After a while he said darkly, So what, that is all there is. Sun God was jealous. The sorcerer glanced at him, lingered for a moment, and then slowly shook his head. No, he wasn't. Noctis remained silent for a bit, then sighed. The gods had never shown any animosity toward demons. In fact, their relationship was somewhat friendly. In the battles of the ancient times, they even fought side by side as allies. He frowned. Neither had the gods ever cared about whom or what the mortals worshipped. There were all kinds of silly cults before. There were rulers that proclaimed themselves divine, people who built temples to beasts and spirits. Some oddballs even worshipped rocks. Or the corrupted abominations by the moon, can you imagine? But the gods did not mind at all. The sorcerer glanced up at the sky, thought for a bit, and then said somberly, However, people had never worshipped a demon before Hope. The demons, you see, are elusive and solitary creatures by nature. There is the eldest, mysterious weaver, the demon of fate, who is shrouded in countless layers of lies. Then there is the youngest, Nether, the demon of destiny, who secluded himself in the darkness of the underworld. There is the demon of oblivion, whose name is long forgotten. Sunny listened attentively, absorbing the new information. Already accustomed to wielding the emerald medallion, he reflexively let go of the beautiful stone and allowed it to hang from the chain wrapped around his fingers, so that his thoughts remained private. So the prince of the underworld was actually called Nether. I wonder which came first, the name of the title, and he was also the demon of destiny, it seems. Wait, aren't fate and destiny the same thing? I guess they're not. The rune for destiny can also mean choice, after all. So was he actually the demon of choice? His thoughts were interrupted by the sorcerer's wistful voice. And the rest, each a personification of calamity and disaster. Mysterious, distant, and terrifying, each and every one of them. Or at least they were, until the demon of desire decided to come and live among us mortals, becoming known as Hope. She built her kingdom here, and soon people learned to love her. And not long after that, they started to worship her. Noctis paused and then continued, his face growing darker. And that was when we learned that while the gods were friendly to demons and indifferent to mortals building temples to beasts, spirits, and rocks, they would not allow a demon to be worshipped. They were so unwilling, in fact, that the Lord of Light brought down his flames upon the mortal realm, obliterating a whole chunk of it. Sunny frowned, feeling a cold sense of dread permeate his heart. Remembering one of his nightmares, he shivered. But why? The sorcerer looked at him with a bit of surprise and shrugged. Who knows? I guess only the gods do, well, and maybe a demon or two. I doubt that even Hope knew what she had done wrong. But maybe she does now. In any case, after her imprisonment, slowly, the idea of worshipping a demon became tantamount to heresy. Noctis suddenly laughed. What a strange word, heresy, don't you think? It had not even existed when I was young, you know. But then suddenly, each of the 6 cults started treating demon worshippers as criminals, pests who were spreading a vile disease. And the concept of heresy was invented. Now becoming a heretic means being hunted down and saying goodbye to your life. He grew silent and then sighed. We did not know it at the time, of course, but the destruction of the Kingdom of Hope was a turning point in history. With it, the Age of Heroes ended, and the current one, whatever it will be called, one day began. Ah, what a dreadful era. Nothing has gone right from then on. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking that there was something strange about this whole story. Nothing made sense. The gods and the demons had been allies once. Knowing that they would eventually clash in a devastating war, he could not quite believe it. However, on second thought, the prince of the underworld Nether was indeed described as having been close with the gods of the black skies once. Who was to say that the other demons had not consorted with the gods as well? But that only made the divine punishment that the Lord of Light had brought down upon the Kingdom of Hope more inexplicable and strange. And who had they been allied together against? The creatures of the void. What was the exact timeline of all this convoluted nonsense? The Age of Heroes had ended with the imprisonment of Hope, but when had it started? And what had been happening before? Damn, so many questions. Sunny glanced at Noctis, hesitated for a few moments, and then grasped the emerald amulet again. However, the sorcerer was having none of it. He glanced at Sunny and said with a smile, I feel like you are about to ask me a question. That would be the second question. Wait, no, the second one was whether or not Sun God was jealous. Wicked demon, you tricked me. Noctis shook his head, looked at Sunny with reproach, and stood up. Shame on you, Sunless. Good night. Tell your friends to prepare well in the time that we have left. With that, the sorcerer gave him another hurt look, then turned away and started walking back toward his residence. After a few steps, however, he stopped and said in his usual carefree manner, Oh yes, I almost forgot, you will have to go and retrieve the third knife too. Don't worry though, it is not going to be hard. Rather easy, really. Sunny, who was staring at the tranquil lake with a dark expression, simply nodded. Sure. Wait, what? Why do we have to do it? Go and get it yourself. Noctis hesitated for a bit, then sighed. Ah, I wish that I could. But well, I might have said some nonsense about how my friend should only give the knife to someone of pure thought and heart or something like that. And sadly, while I am the most outstanding person in all of the Kingdom of Hope in many regards, of purity is not my strong suit. You and your friends, however, you reek of purity, well, one or two of you at least. For now, with that, the sorcerer winked at Sunny and strolled away, whistling a jovial tune. Sunny watched him go and then shook his head with a bewildered expression on his face. Wait, did he just swindled me into getting another knife for him? Again. He blinked a couple of times and clenched his four fists. Damnation. Chapter 692. Free time. After their conversation under that full moon, Noctis had secluded himself in his residence for a couple of weeks. Sunny tried to talk with the eccentric sorcerer a few times, but the silent sailor dolls refused to open the door and just stared at him with their crude wooden faces. There was, of course, the option of simply using Shadow Step to get inside, but somehow, Sunny suspected that intruding upon the immortal transcendent would not have been the best idea. There were real souls trapped inside these sailor dolls, after all. In the end, he and the other members of the cohort had no choice but to follow the advice Noctis gave him to rest and prepare for what was about to come. Luckily, there were a lot of preparations they had to do. While all four had trained themselves extensively before entering the nightmare, many things happened since then. There were a lot of lessons they had learned in these 3 terrible months, most of them bringing the four awakened to the very door of death. Now that they had time, they could go over everything they had learned, revisit it and truly absorb it into their bones, connecting the new knowledge and skills to their foundation in a solid manner. For Sunny, that meant several things. The first one was Shadow Dance. He had found himself in a strange situation, having made the recent breakthrough inside of a nightmare that he did not really remember. Sunny could guess that mastering the 3rd step of his battle style was tied to the fact that he had lived through countless nightmares and lost himself in them, becoming truly shapeless and formless, forgetting himself and turning into other people completely. That observation was in line with how he had initially made progress to the 3rd step of Shadow Step, back in the arena of the Red Colosseum, where he shadowed numerous nightmare creatures. Back then, he had almost lost himself as well, but stopped at the last moment, fearing that he would not be able to come back. Being trapped in the nightmares had made that frightening step for him, and so he had approached the very edge of a breakthrough. The final piece of the puzzle had been trying to shadow the epitome of formlessness, another shadow, nightmare. As a result of the breakthrough, Sunny's ability to recognize and gain insight into patterns of combat techniques had increased even more, now allowing him to understand and predict not only the movements and behavior of his enemies, but also intricately sense the flow of essence through their bodies, as well as almost, but not quite being able to predict their very thoughts. However, there was one glaring flaw in this miraculous ability, one that he didn't know how to solve. For the first time since Sunny had created Shadow Dance, the elusive battle art was starting to seem dangerous, not only for his enemies but also for himself. What was the point of being able to kill something if he ran the risk of losing himself and becoming that thing forever? To kill a dragon, one had to become a dragon. Why would anyone want to achieve such a victory, if earning it meant ceasing to be themselves and becoming the very thing they had wanted to destroy? For now, he didn't have a solution, and that made him more than a little bit nervous. So, Sunny decided to temporarily concentrate on other things. He spent a large part of his days practicing archery with Kai. Sunny quickly realized that he would never be as talented of an archer as his friend was, but that did not mean that he could not achieve great results. In fact, his aim and skill with the bow were increasing at a steady pace. Still, there was a question of distributing the tools the cohort possessed in the most efficient manner, so Sunny reluctantly tried to lend Morgan's warbow to Kai. It was for naught, though because of the unbending enchantment of the bow, his friend was simply not strong enough to draw it. When their training sessions were over, Sunny would usually return to his room and spent the rest of the day fruitlessly practicing weaving. He had achieved some progress in his attempt to learn how to copy enchantments, but not enough to make the altered weave stable. The number of memories he had won in the Red Colosseum was dwindling by the day with no apparent result, which made Sunny very frustrated. It seemed that he had hit a bottleneck in his understanding of how spellweaves were supposed to work, and was in need of a mental breakthrough to push himself any further. That breakthrough was not in a hurry to come, though. When the day was over and darkness encroached upon the world, Sunny turned to the third, and most time-consuming, part of his preparations, collecting shadow fragments to form his fourth core. Leaving the sanctuary, he would travel to nearby islands in search of nightmare creatures to hunt, and killed those he could find, and that were not beyond his ability to defeat. By now, less than 150 fragments separated him from becoming a devil. The number seemed so small, but at the same time was more troublesome than it should have been. The problem was in the fact that there were not as many nightmare creatures in the Kingdom of Hope as there had been on the Chained Isles in the future, especially not that close to the stronghold of one of the Chain Lords. As the result, his progress was torturously slow and tedious. To accelerate it somehow, Sunny had made a frightening decision to leave the surface of the islands and take his hunting to their underside, where the true horrors of this land dwelled. Luckily, his new body was somewhat fit to do so with his sharp claws and talons. He was able to climb any surface, no matter how steep, or even remain mobile while hanging entirely upside down. And if he made a mistake, the heavenly burden was always at hand. In combination with his swiftly improving archery skill and determination to form a new core before the culmination of the nightmare arrived, Sunny was able to slay many dwellers of the dark side. There were indeed terrible and morbid creatures, and more than a few left scars on his body. But it was still not fast enough. By the end of the first 2 weeks, he was still not even halfway to his goal. And on that day, quietly and without any fanfare, something else happened. Somewhere out there, in the wild reaches of the dream realm, Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan had finally become a tyrant. Chapter 690